So tactics and strategy, and you need to think all the way through.
Even in the periods where it looks like nothing's happening in the groups, you're working through a lot of different scenarios all the time. You have to know that if a certain boat goes, you will cover. If they don't go, then maybe it's your turn to go. There's so many different permutations and combinations, but all of that is based on what you're learning at every minute of the race, whether it's fast section, whether it's a slow section. Women's K2 there. Still a big group. 2 Hungarians. See Belgium on the left there in the red, yellow and black vests. Germans should be there. Julie Hark, who raced yesterday. In fact, both her and her partner Pia Engelhardt, they were both in yesterday's K1 race. I think with the junior races, maybe they're short enough that racing yesterday really isn't a negative in terms of energy consumption. There's always the psychological downturn after a big race for anyone, whether you can pick yourself up from that. But these girls won't be physically drained, maybe a little bit emotionally drained. So as the girls head up to the first turn, we should at least be able to have a long view of the men as they come back. But a little bit of downtime now while all the races are up the other end. So we'll entertain you with some more Bohine facts, probably, Stefan. I learnt last night that Bohine, Bo being the Slovene word for God, this was actually a valley that God made for himself at the end of his big job of creating the entire world, obviously. And just after he'd made it for himself and made it this beautiful because he was going to live here, he found a small local population that he'd forgotten and he had to move them in instead. There's no actual word of where he went after that, but he did save his own little valley for the people of Bohine, which was nice of him.
Very an Eden of Europe, and it's recommended for everyone to at least once in lifetime visit this beautiful valley. We are at a height of 500 meters about, and then the peaks around us is up to 2,500 meters. It's really beautiful, it's warm, the water is flat, and it's excellent conditions for marathon racing.
Okay, so a shot there of the junior women's K2 crossing across the top of the course. Very hard to see who's who with the camera shots, but that looks like Denmark.
Denmark with Catherine Rask, who was the winner yesterday in Women K1 after a very impressive race, and she is today racing together with Line Eriksen Langelund, and they had a bronze medal actually last year in K2 junior women when they were first year juniors. We are competing in 2 years as juniors. You must be under 18 or younger to be junior in canoeing. And these girls, here you have the result list coming up on the screen. We have 3 stations around the course providing intermediate results.
It really looks like Catherine Rask is three out of those 4 in today, and the others just they've been blown out of the water already. They're not even close. So
Julie Hacke, one of the German girls there in the K2, had a bronze medal yesterday as well. So they are now heading for more medals.
And back on screen now, Here we are with the junior men's. Magnus Gregory just moving to the lead with about. Again, he's been held off. So what you saw there, Magnus Gregory moved to the lead with no real intention of taking the lead. All he needed to do was rearrange the group so that he could be on the leading wash instead of where he was. It's a great move, makes his life a little bit easier. Ziggy Chamil also doing really well. He appears to be in the V-wash, and the Great Britain guys are really very well organised on this.
How does that work, Ivan? This wash hanging stuff?
Well, the boats obviously make a wave as they go through the water. Just like a surfer, then you can position yourself on that wave so that your boat is essentially going downhill. And going downhill, as everyone knows who rides a bike, is a lot easier than going either on the flat or uphill. If you can combine two waves, or even three, as Ziggy has in the back there, so he's got a wave from not only the guys either side of the leader but from the leader himself, he's got a combination of three waves, and his life is 3 times as easy as it could be.
Yeah, and we used to call that the gold wash, or as the Danes used to say, smørhullet.
I used to that, but I used to refer to it as my wash, Stefan.
Yeah, it was. It truly was.
It's something you're a little bit insecure there. You're a little bit under pressure when the groups change, as we saw here. You have to move, and you have to move quickly. And here we'll see Magnus Gregory. That's quite a significant thing there. He tried to overtake boat 12 there, Iversen from Norway, and Iversen held him off. Magnus has to learn from that now. He either asserts his authority and does it again, or he has to change his position. Ziggy Chamil also held off on the other side, and those boys now have to make some changes. And there we go. There we got someone just tried to push into a place that wasn't his. Boat, the red boat at the back there, I can't see the number on him. I think it's Nikolai Winter from Denmark. He tried to push into a wash. You wouldn't see this in a senior race. That wasn't his. He tried to squeeze into the diamond wash from the group.
Yes. So in the lead now is it's shifting all the time. But we do have Jonathan Dagnes Hansen from Denmark, now boat number 20, and we have Magnus Iversen, just as expected. He's a very, very rapid paddler and also have some tactical skills. I've seen that before. And then we have from Belgium, Arne Depres with boat number 2. And in the red dress, the Danish red dress, boat number 727, Nikolai Winter. So Denmark is racing in 2 tracksuits here. The leading guy there now from Denmark is Jonathan Dagnes Hansen. He is racing in a white suit, and Nikolai Winter with number 7. And we can all see them now, the British guys with their red and blue stripe over their suit, and the Hungarians with the green back. So there they are, all of them. It's Denmark, and it's Hungary, and it's Norway. And the guy at the far right hand side, who is that? Have you seen that?
I can't see the number on him, but he's just made quite a serious move up to the front there. Move Ziggy Chamil from Great Britain out to the right, another position which isn't ideal for him. And you can see them there, just getting slight confusion.
You can see how it's shifting all the time, and the move of the paddler that we don't know the name of yet made a significant change into the group. The other paddlers need to keep them off, the guys that is coming from the side and trying to achieve a position for themselves. That's what it's all about, and it's shifting all the time. You need to keep the brain cool and make something good out of it for yourself. So it's a lot of tactics here.
At this stage of the race, where there's so much change, there's so much confusion, your priority is to look after yourself. You need to get yourself in a position that's the most comfortable for you, and then later, when everything settles down, then you can start to rearrange the group to disadvantage other people. But at this stage, where there's so much confusion, you need to just have one goal, and that is to make your life as easy as possible.
And it could also be helpful to be two from a team from one nation in a group, because you can help each other quite well.
And you've got someone who you can predict their movements. You know them well, you've raced them at home, and you know what they're going to do in any given situation. So that simplifies your life slightly.
And that differs also junior racing from senior, because seniors have met hundreds of times on the races, and they know the strengths and weaknesses of each other, which helps a lot to achieve a good position and make the right tactical moves. While the juniors are newcomers, they don't have the tactical experience yet, and they don't know each other. So it could be quite exciting racing among the juniors, and also exhausting for the paddlers there.
Dramatically, they're just going. Nobody's confident enough to take it on, but nobody's slow enough to drop off, or there's are in that group, but they're all there, and the first portage is going to be of huge significance for that group. Meanwhile, just coming in about a minute or so away from the first portage is the junior women's. Oh no, they don't do a first portage on the first lap, do they?
No.
Stefan, what am I talking about? I worry myself sometimes with my own lack of insight, but they're just going around the first turn, and very well organised, isn't it? Those two boats are clearly the two quality boats in the field.
I mean, we have done so many races, and we didn't have that first lap without portage. So, talking from just experience of our hearts, it's easy to say the wrong things here. This have changed.
I really appreciate you backing me up when I make my hideous errors, Stefan. It's so comforting. But yeah, you've got to be disappointed if you're a Hungarian team here, haven't you? You're not even with the other paddlers. I mean, you should be. A nation that size in the paddling world should at least have someone who can sit on the wash of those first two. So not a great day for them. But then they had such a great day yesterday. No one but them's going to be upset about it. Again, back to the Junior K1 as the main picture. Again, it's flurries of activity, then a lot of dead time. And the flurries of activity are people just rearranging the group to suit themselves. They're trying to get a better position in the group. And then the real frustration then, when you do get your better position in the group, is that someone else then goes and changes it to a shape you don't like again. But usually, in this sort of scenario, the main contenders are in the first three, and the group arranges around them. So if you consistently see paddlers in that first three, then they're usually the ones that are going to come good towards the end. So you got Denmark, boat 20 there, Dagnes Hansen, he's been there throughout. Magnus Gregory also been there throughout. Ziggy Shamil and Iversen look like the paddlers to watch for me at this stage.
Absolutely. You never know. The Hungarians are usually very good and hide a little bit into that group.
You can see how easy it is. Not to see if he's getting away, but he just needs to check on the whereabouts of the people he knows are dangerous to him. Ziggy now may let this Hungarian go past him to squeeze him back onto the V, but instead of that, the whole group's just died off again. No one wants to be the leader. No one wants to do the work for the other people. And that's a very tactical race, and quite an educated race from the youngsters.
And last year it was Matej Georgiakab from Hungary who won in a quite amazing race in Piestany, where he went away quite alone at an early stage of the race and had a 40 seconds winning gap to Magnus Gregory, who had a silver medal already last year.
And Magnus Gregory's still very young. He's still a junior next year as well.
Okay.
So yeah, he's one of the best prospects. Well, he probably is the best prospect in the UK at the moment. And in fact, he's in the sprint team as well, as probably all these juniors are there in the.
So he was just 16 last year when he had this silver medal. That's amazing.
And he and Ziggy have both made a massive decision to actually be here this weekend. They were told at home, if they didn't race at home this weekend at one of the national regattas, that they won't be picked for the Junior Sprint World Championships. But they've chosen to do a sport they enjoy. They've chosen to make their own decisions, and it's quite a big deal back at home. But I really admire both guys for making the decision they have. I think they've made the right decision, and it's great to see them here, because without those two guys, the field would be less of a lower quality anyway, and the higher the quality, the more the entertainment. So I really think they've done a great thing being here, and applaud them for doing that.
It's a lot. It's a lot to achieve doing a marathon. It's races all over the world and all kind of races. So these paddlers got a lot of experience and a lot of good events actually all over the world in front of them, these youngsters, when they do marathon. And except from that, they also got very good training for all kind of canoeing in the years to come for them. Another paddler that participated last year was Nikolai Winter from Denmark. He's also here now with about number 727, and he was 8 last year in Piestany.
He looks like he's stepped up since last year quite a lot then, because he's very well in contention in this group. He's covering all the moves nicely. He's obviously learned a lot from last year as well, and he looks like also one of the main contenders. Yeah, there's nothing to separate those guys at the moment. It will be significant when they get to the first portage to see really who's calm enough to do the first portage efficiently, and who's going to panic and do something. There will be someone, I'm sure, doing something slightly erratic, but at the moment the group's well organised on the water. Everyone appears to know what they're doing.
It's Hungary in the lead there now, but it's shifting constantly. Sometimes in this stage of the race it's quite easy to be in front. It's also a way of tactics to stay out of all the troubled water behind the first guys, just to, in this excellent conditions, stay in front and go nice and easy and have no problems at all.
I mean, leading a group obviously is like leading a cycle race, road race. So you are in theory doing the most work of the group, but there is a calmness at the front there that's quite relaxing. The other guys who are constantly circulating, each sprint they do costs something, and there's only so many somethings you've got in you. And
exactly.
Once you run out of somethings, then you're tired and things get quite hard for you. So being at the front isn't the worst place to be.
No. That was the tactics I loved, to stay in the front and just feel nice and easy. But you had an opposite tactics often.
You work to your strengths, and you work to how your brain is happy as well.
Yeah.
I was very comforted if I was surrounded by people. That meant I had spare options always. You know, that if you're in that V wash at the front, there's always another wash behind that and another one behind that in the group this size. So there's always a safety net. If you're at the front, I was always convinced that everyone was working less hard than I was, and that really used to bother my mind. So I didn't want to be there. But for you enjoyed being at the front.
Yeah.
It suited your mentality and it suited your skill set. You know, I remember being on your wash just wishing you'd slow down, and because it's hard when people are pressing on. And it's a very brave thing to do, to press on as well, because you have to have enough confidence in the training you've done to know that your speed when you're going hard is actually damaging someone.
Exactly. And now the girls, they are increasing the gap continuously to the big pack, and that is quite impressive what they are doing.
It's impressive, but disappointingly easy, I think. You know,
it's already
Spain,
50 seconds.
Yeah, Spain, Hungary, they should be there, shouldn't they?
Yeah.
And you know, you've even got a Polish crew in 6th place there, and the Poles traditionally have very strong women's kayak.
Yeah,
And
but it's interesting that Germany has a good K2. I haven't seen that before. I think it's the first time actually. The German marathon K2 in the junior category is that way ahead.
yeah, I think you have to go right back to even 92 maybe in the senior category with Antje Manfroni and Annette Schuck, who won the race in 92.
Yes.
Since then, really, not much has happened. I think Annette Schuck won a medal in a K2 somewhere else. I can't remember which year, but
she used to pedal in the K4s and the K2s also with the famous Birgit Fischer generation in Germany.
Absolutely, I think they were both from the old
Yeah.
Eastern German system. So here we are, everyone looking very composed. I'm not enjoying seeing Magnus Gregory on the second washout. The second washout is not the favoured wash. It's quite hard there. You are safe. You're on the outside of the group. No one can do you any damage, but you're just working that little bit too hard.
It's a little bit too long there.
Yeah, that really bothers me.
And he's pushing on now, and he's forcing Ivarsen to make a move as well. And as you can see now, the group is reforming quite rapidly.
And this is the run-in. They've got about a minute to go now to the portage, and these boys, their brains will be working hard now.
Absolutely.
They're trying to plan where they're going to go. They've got to make judgment on where their opponents are going to go.
Will be very, very decisive, this first portage, and Hungary is making a move now. It's number 22 Dimitri Bespalo, who is taking the lead in, and it is also of course Torbjörn Jonathan Dagnes Hansen from Denmark, and it's Ivarsen, and now they are at the portage, all of them, and jumping out of the boat quickly, and we will soon have the result list up here, and over the portage now, fast running.
So that's a learning curve right there. Ziggy Chamil's done incredibly well. He's come out of that brilliantly. Very calm. On the flip side, Magnus Gregory's had a bit of a nightmare here. He's going to have to do a lot of catching up. Getting into your boat. Too stylish, too much fanciness, and just keep it simple. You nearly filled his boat up with water there, and that would have been end of for him.
Yes.
Ziggy Chamil away first. Very happy with that from a Great Britain point of view. I would like to see where Magnus Gregory is. So what did we learn from that? The boys should have learnt that the Hungarian, number 22, he's fast. He's very fast. He came from the back of the group to the front of the group coming into that portage. They should have seen that. They should make note of that. Denmark in the red and white boat. I haven't got his name to hand. Very good getting in and out. Well, not getting off at that end, but he's very quick getting out the portage. And Ziggy Chamil, obviously very well organised to come out first.
Ziggy Chamil has a lot of experience. We have seen him around several times already, as young as he is, and we could see that. It's a lot of technique and also a lot of experience. You need to stay cool, not do any fancy things, just the things you're safe with.
In the lead up to that portage, for me, Magnus Gregory, who's one of the main contenders here, sat on the outside of the group and not leading. So you have last pick of where you can get in to the portage. If someone goes long and you were deciding to go long, you have to wait. It's a big mistake, and one that is going to cost him. So next time we get a camera shot, we'll see what damage was done to that front group. At the moment, we've got a vision of a tree. Okay, Slovakian athlete just paddling away from the pontoon, one of the back end paddlers. It's not going to make much of an impact on the race. We can't actually see much from here at all. Next thing we can see from the commentator's tent that you can't see online is that the women's K2 are maybe 3 or 4 minutes from the portage. But at the moment, we're watching the tail enders portage. People having water thrown at them. and it would be great if we could get a shot of the sharp end of the race here. So there you see someone who put his boat inside the paddler in front of him and had to paddle backwards to get out from the landing stage. As we were speaking yesterday, if you get into a pontoon behind someone, you put the boat on the outside of them, not on the inside, so that you can move away whatever they're doing. So we're still waiting to catch up with the front end of this race. It would be great if we could do that. Please, Mr. Cameraman. But views of the portage, spectators, a good number of spectators here at this event. It's got a good atmosphere on site. We've got a local commentator who actually never stops speaking for an entire day. I don't think he even stops speaking at night. He speaks in his sleep, and apparently he's single.
And he is accompanied by Jim Rossiter, who try to get into it at least sometimes when he catch his breath, this local guy, but it's not.
I think Jim's slowly losing the will to live on that. He's actually, right now as we look at him, he's standing on the edge of the lake looking like he might jump in and end it all.
It's hard for him.
So in come the women's K2, about a minute away from the first portage. This won't be the chaos of the men's. It's one either side of the portage. The Germans are going to come to the right, Danes left, and there you go in shot there. They're just separated now to come to the portage, and this will be a lot calmer than we've just seen from the men's. I really want to get to see the front of the men's to see who made it back to the front of that group. Apparently we can't get the screen graphics on the men's. The system's down with the internet, but I promise as soon as we get some, either a visual from the tent or from the cameras, a meaningful vision, then we will re-inform you. So these two crews very much out on their own. Germans a little slow getting up and running. Danes look a bit sharper. You have to favour the Danes probably. So this side we've got Denmark, the white boat, Germany, and the second group just coming into the portage now, group of 4, being led by Hungary, 2 Hungarians, Polish and Belgium. All 4 deciding to go to the same side of the pontoon, and there's your ensuing chaos. Never pick the back of the boat up before the front. The back person must not touch that boat until the front person's lifted it. As a front paddler in a K2, my worst nightmare is when the back person picks up the boat before I do. Then I have no control over direction, I have nothing. I have to pick a boat up that's full of water, and back people need to be educated to just stand back when you get into a portage like that. Stand back, wait for the front person to lift the front, and then they can join in when I'm ready as the front person.
It's a lot of coordination, a lot of training that is needed.
So 43-second gap there. That gap won't be closed, but that fight for third will be quite entertaining as the race presses on. So Poland, Hungary, and here we are back to the front of the junior men's race. Can't quite see who's who. See Ziggy Chamil, second washout. On the inside here you can just see the bow of his boat. Leading looks to be number 23. That's Vold from Norway. 727 Nikolai Winter from Denmark. Number 7 Magnus Gregory, thankfully made it back to that group, but at a cost. There's always a cost. So 23 there. Sorry, 23, yep. Jon Vold from Norway. Everyone's back, but some people have just had quite a lot of resting, and others have had quite a lot of work to do.
It's interesting. This John Amund Vold from Norway, his brother won actually. If it was, I think it was the World Championships back in Singapore or something like that.
Okay.
As a junior, Eivind Vold from Norway.
Did the Norwegians won the K2 in Singapore as
Yeah,
well?
yeah, that's right.
A good weekend for the Norwegians there.
Yeah, I think it was.
Back to the group, or he's trying some sort of solo fanciness. It's hard to tell the depth of vision there as to where he is in relation to the group. All we know is he's not quite attached. The shot of the tail enders moving up to the top portage. Top turn rather, top portage, what am I talking about? But the main race is up with those 8 or 9 guys in the front group. Hopefully some of them will have learned from that first portage, will correct their mistakes for the second one. So I think watching that front group there, Stefan, coming into the portage, and you see them mixing the group around, really that shows you that marathon racing isn't racing for slow people who are just endurance based animals. Marathon racing, the high speeds in marathon racing will be equally as high as the high speeds in most of the sprint racing.
Absolutely.
The speed, the turn of speed, and definitely the acceleration you need. Acceleration is key when you're moving around a group like that, is just as much as you do for any sprint race. And
we have seen that happen in some of the races. I remember back in Copenhagen in 1990 we had a speed that was only 2 seconds or so slower than the normal winning time on 1,000 meters, the first 5 kilometers.
Wow.
So one of the fastest first 5Ks ever, and sometimes that happens. So it's a lot of sprint skills as well in marathon.
And the variation is huge, because
Yes.
you can actually be travelling at probably 6-minute 1,000-metre pace
Yes.
some of the time, or even slower.
Yes.
And there are conditions where actually everyone stops,
Yes.
which is quite a bizarre situation. You're trying to cover 30k and everyone's stopped.
You can see that in all this kind of. It's the same in cross country skiing with the mass starts. Sometimes it is really slow. Some of the athletes are master of that game, as you were, and some others really want a high speed all the time, and that's what makes it interesting.
And each race unique.
Yes.
And you have to work to the field you're competing against. You have to work to the conditions you've got. Obviously, a race on a lake that's this wide is very different to on a river that's quite narrow. You can move to the side to catch up here, and there you go. There's a shot of the front group, and they've virtually stopped. That stopping really shows a lot of respect among the athletes. No one is sure that they're better than the other athletes. No one's confident that they are the king of that group. There's a lot of, not insecurity, but there's a lot of mutual respect, and there's a lot of just jostling for positions and seeing a bit of testing.
Another thing that is so.
I saw that. You saw that.
Throwing drinking bags into the water. The drinking bags they are carrying their drinks in is plastic bags hanging around their necks. So we don't want them into the water for environmental reasons.
Back to the women's K2. Situation normal, sharing the lead. I would imagine, it's hard to tell they're sharing it from that shot, but I imagine at this stage they're just sharing the lead. They'll keep their comfortable distance on the following pack, and their race to decide who's going to come first or second will probably begin at the final portage.
Yes.
In the meantime, for them, it's just a journey now.
And they will do 5 full laps and 4 portages. And after the last portage, They do a 500 meters short lap into the in sprint. These junior women.
So in this junior women, you see both the big teams, the Hungarians and the Spanish, the teams with numbers back home. They're being beaten here. And that's not unusual. We've had small teams in the past. The Dutch team were classic, really. They had some good guys for a long time. And it's just a situation. You can grow quite a small club or group in a nation that are progressive and want to move forward. And you can do it in a small group. You're not that disadvantaged if you haven't got a mass of people. It can be done.
Absolutely, absolutely. Denmark is proof of that, and also Sweden during a period that had the top athletes both on the female and men's side. With only 6 or 8 athletes totally in the team.
Yeah, and to an extent, the guys from Great Britain here, they're from 2 clubs in the UK. Both clubs are really well motivated at the moment. We'll just talk about the group for a while. You see a massive flurry of activity. Always significant who wins this. As the 2 Danish athletes move to the front, and now they're at the front. Actually, neither of them wanted to lead. They just wanted to establish a change of position.
Yeah. But that was quite costly. It was a hard move he did.
It was a hard move. Magnus Gregory moving around the outside. He doesn't want to be stuck at the back.
But this is a very good example of team racing as well. We could see that Nikolai Winter, the Dane, really made this move to establish a good position, a secured position for his teammate in the red and white boat there, Jonathan.
So
Douglas
it looks
Hansen.
very much to me like Magnus has learnt from his previous mistake. I mean, he's just moved to the front there. They're about 2 minutes from the second portage, and I think he's regretting what happened to him at that first portage, and wise enough to say, you know what, that is not happening to me again.
Exactly.
Now, I think dropping off the back of that group is the Hungarian that we rated. He's the one who came into the first portage first last time. He doesn't seem to be in touch with the group anymore. So although he had a fantastic sprint into that portage, it seems that he's the one that's strangely hasn't been able to keep up with the group. But that's only a visual, and that's a long distance visual, so maybe I'm wrong on that. But at the moment it's
No, you're quite right. It's Denmark, and it's Norway, and it's Great Britain in the top group now.
Yeah. So Magnus Gregory leading in.
Yes, Hungary has dropped off a bit. It's definitely so. Both Danes, both Norwegian, both British guys, Norway.
Very encouraged by that last move. Ziggy and Magnus both up the front. And this looks so much better. I'm so much happier watching this coming into the portage than the last one. Both our guys beautifully well organised. Everything's under control finally for them. And they will come out of this. And I think this group's going to split into a front group of 4 after this portage. There's a lot of people not looking particularly comfortable anymore. So if our boys can get out, run well. We know the red and white boat of Denmark gets out well. He ran well at the previous portage. These two at the back here could be, that's Iversen there. Was that?
Yes,
is that
it was.
Iversen? Yeah.
And Erik Petro, the second Hungarian, number 17. So it's one Hungarian still within the top group.
But our boys, Great Britain boys here, they can split this to a group of 4 now, I think, if they're prepared to press on. I don't know what they feel about the other athletes, but they're in a position now where this group could go down to 4.
A wonderful portage of the British guys there.
There's the 4. 2 Danes, 2 Great Britain. It's significant that there's 2 teams, if you like,
2
in there.
teams, exactly.
So if they can communicate now amongst themselves, this could be down to 4 athletes.
Watch this now. It's Magnus Gregory who is keeping the speed, and they are now heading to form a diamond out of 4 paddlers and keeping the others off. If they can do that, they can help each other in a very, very comfortable way.
Up behind.
Yes.
Yeah, he's working too hard on the second wash. He needs to tuck in behind Magnus Gregory, and that will also give his countryman a better target to aim for, to get himself comfortable. So although you'd expect a bit of team tactics, maybe Nikolai Winter is a bit more stressed than we think and isn't necessarily in control of what he's going to do next? Maybe he's being dictated to by the two Great Britain athletes.
Maybe he has not experience enough to do that, but he should definitely press on there now.
Okay, Ziggy's leading now.
Yeah,
this will fall into the Danish
exactly.
hands. The group will form,
Perfect.
and we're done.
Perfect for Denmark, that. They are talking to each other, obviously, there now. You can see that from the move of their heads.
In the second group there, the two Norwegians, one Hungarian.
Yeah.
And none of those three look like they're pressing on to close that gap.
Not too hard.
No.
Themselves, and now that they will close the gap over the distance.
I'm going to disagree. I don't think they're going to close that gap.
You don't think so?
They need to move wide. Maybe they can run down the washes
Yeah.
a little, but the front group with two teams in it, they know that there's a safety in that group of four.
They should. But we've seen that happen many times.
So Dane's now taking the lead, and they're just going to be sharing that lead among the four of them. The best thing to do for the four at this stage would be to do 2 or 3 hard leads each, knowing that they get the rest as the group rotates. They'll rotate that group, get a big enough gap on the second group to be safe, and then start racing among themselves. But the four of them, if they work together now, they can create the gap that's too much for the others to leapfrog. So fingers crossed they'll do that.
What did
And he was fast, and he's obviously used that speed too often. He's maybe changed in the group shape too often. He's now got nothing left, and a turn of speed that lasts 10 seconds is not going to close a gap that's 20 seconds long. For that you need a good closes that gap, and then he closes the next gap. That's not going to put any fear into the hearts of the leading group, because they know he'll be shattered. They know that it's not going to work. The women's K2 now coming round the portage, round the and
there is a penalty on the Spanish boat. The penalty is if you do something wrong out there at the course, missing a turning buoy or doing anything else wrong. There is judges along the course seeing that, and then you got a penalty. So in the penalty, getting a penalty means that you need to stop at the portage, wait for a couple of seconds until you can race again. And these girls, 3:51, Spain, have got the 15-second penalty. So they are in the second group, and they need to stop and wait for 15 seconds. Very frustrating, standing there just waiting before they can continue the race.
Can you imagine how long that 15 seconds feels
if
you're those paddlers? That 15 seconds is going to feel like 2 minutes while you stand there and wait. Those seconds will count down very, very slowly.
And that is new. Before we created this penalty system, it was only disqualification that we could use if anyone did something wrong. And that was not a good.
Into the portage there. Again, bit of a exhibition of portaging. The Danes front of the boat out first, the Germans back of the boat out first. And there's the two ways of doing it there, the right way and the wrong way. Luckily they're in no hurry. So again, the Germans put the front of their boat in first. They should put the back in first here. So these are basics. These girls should know this stuff. Your athletes, if you're listening, you're a coach or you're a paddler, portaging is very simple. The front of the boat comes out the water first, and the back of the boat goes in the water first. These girls still pressing on. They're not going slow, are they, Stefan?
No. They are pressing on quite well. And it's interesting, Denmark seems always to have very good K2 women.
Right through to seniors. They're the only team that have challenged the gold in the last few years at World Championship level. And
that tradition goes back for 20 years or so.
Absolutely. Although, having said that, Devon, I've got to step up for the Great Britain girls who are European champions from last year.
Yeah.
And they will be racing here again this year, and in the senior women, they're definitely one of the boats to watch.
Absolutely.
But traditionally, yeah, it's only really the Danish girls who can match.
Why is that, do you think?
I don't know. I mean, we've matched them a couple of times from Great Britain. Anna Hemmings and Helen Gilby won the World Championships back in Stockton. Matched them, but I don't know. Denmark have a traditionally strong women's team. Back to the Knudsen sisters in the sprinting, and they also race marathon, didn't they? Back one of the two Knudsen sisters. I don't know. Do you just have a women's tradition where you have an acceptance that you will be good? Is it? Do you perform to expectation almost? You're in a race, you know that you should be there.
Exactly. It's natural for them to be to have a top crew there. It's nothing unusual. It's no big thing.
And bizarrely, the rest of the field also works to your expectations.
Yes.
When I was racing, even if I didn't have a good day, everyone expects you to be there, so they accept you being there. They don't pick on you because you're weak that day. There's still an acceptance that I belong there, and often that plays into your hands. So if the other girls expect them to be there, then they're allowed to be there, and it's almost self-fulfilling, the result. So there's the graphic of how the women's K2 is panning out. I don't think that includes the penalty for boat 351 on there, although they are down in 9th place. Now I'm not sure where that graphic was taken from, but
From there.
from the entrance to the portage.
Yes.
So they've got 15 seconds of penalty on top of being in 9th place. They won't be the two most cheerful girls at the party this evening. So a bit of downtime again while all the paddlers are at the top end of the lake. We were discussing a couple of days ago, Stefan, that these junior athletes, they're great. They're good at what they're doing. They're paddling fast, but it's very rare for a junior world champion to move up and become senior world champion. In fact, the only person that I can find that's done that was Ben Brown. And what stops the guys moving into senior and just becoming competitive? It's almost a mystery. It's almost a magical aspect of moving up through the classes. It's very tough on the good juniors to come through and become a good senior.
It is. We have the South Africans there, the Van der Walt brothers. They have also done that, but not for a gold medal.
Yeah.
Not yet for a gold medal, at least.
Yeah. And this afternoon, I think we have Ballas Havas.
Yes.
Racing in the senior men's. Now he came third as a junior in the junior worlds, and he also won the under-23 worlds last year. But he won the under-23 mixing it in today, and I'm going to say maybe that it's open to debate. You can't just move up from being the winning under-23 and join in with people as experienced as those Spanish paddlers, Ivan Alonso, Emilio Merchan. Those people don't suffer fools. They're gonna give Havas a working over on their terms this afternoon.
Absolutely. And on the female side, we have Vanda Kisli from Hungary, who won already back in 2011 in Singapore, and in K2, and now is a top athlete in under 23. We'll see how she managed when she got to the senior category.
Is she racing senior this weekend? Do you know, or we'll have a look?
I
We'll check up on that for you later.
I don't think so.
I may be able to check on the start line on here. So we'll get back to you. Renata Zay is obviously their prime candidate for gold. I mean, she's hard to beat. And no, it's Naomi Misko, who's their second K1. So they've got two seniors there who are clearly they rate higher than this
Vanda Kisli.
Vanda Kisli, and it's hard to break in then for an athlete.
It is, especially in Hungary. Hungary has so many very good athletes.
To be fair, Kisly's best option is that Renata Zay retires after the end of this year. That's the easiest way into the team for a newbie.
I don't think she will. She will keep on.
She'll just keep on keeping on. And why not when you're winning?
Yeah.
I mean, she wins on a regular basis. And we'll be able to talk a lot more about Renata Zay this afternoon.
The race is 11:30 today.
This morning, then.
Yeah.
I really need to check on my facts before I speak to the
Morning
world.
or afternoon.
So, a nice view of the junior boys still rotating that group well.
Still 4. And this is cooperation. How does it work? The cooperation in such a diamond. We used to call it diamond when they formed this group of 4.
At this stage of the race, everyone has a responsibility to each other, not just to themselves. So this group is away from the following group. Whoever's leading will lead. The guys on their wash will decide if that speed's fast enough or not. If it's not fast enough, one will move up and take the lead. Or they'll shout at the guy who's leading and say, you know, come on, you can't do nothing. This is a scenario where people are doing their share up to a point. Nobody wants to destroy themselves, but they need to stay away from the following group. But looking at it, you can't see on your shot, but from the commentary tent we can see it. The gap between that front group and the second group is big now. It's a minute maybe, and they're safe at the front. So sooner or later that front group will start deciding who's going to win rather than who's going to just cover the distance.
And then the speed, in that stage, the speed will decrease somewhat. So what they are doing now is establish a gap big enough to be able to do exactly that.
They're basically creating room to play with later.
Yes.
So they're about 2 minutes now from their third portage. Relaxation in the minds there than there was.
And no one has a real big interest to break up this group at this early stage.
No.
It's quite comfortable, and they share the work in front, and to sit on the wash is comfortable, and to sit on the middle wash there in between the wash hanging 2 on each side of the leading guy is really comfortable.
Ideally, in a group like that, your mindset, if you want to rest, you need to arrange that group so that you're in the diamond wash when the guy who is the fastest leader is leading. That's the biggest benefit you can get. One of those guys will always lead faster than the others.
Yeah.
And when he's leading, you have to arrange that group so you're the one on the diamond, not on the side. So you get maximum rest. The other 2 guys either side are working a little bit harder than you, and it all adds up to money in the bank for later on.
And that is the mastery of the game. And you were such a master.
A long time ago, sadly, Stefan.
Yeah.
A long time ago. So it's not just an automatic circulation pattern. First, you need to get that circulation to suit you, and then make it automatic after that. But these boys look all very comfortable.
And as you can see, no one is taking any big initiative into this portage. This will be nice and comfortable.
Magnus Gregory moving out to the left side, along with Nikolai Winter coming the right. The other 2 guys, Ziggy Chamil and Daniels Hansen. But this is going to be very calm, very relaxed. Nobody wants to make a mistake. Their only motivation here is to leave with the group. Nobody wants to get ahead. So they're up the pontoon. Now you get a shot of them running across the grass, and it's still about another 30 seconds or so until the second group arrive at that portage. Nice opportunity for drink changes because there's no rush. And then they'll make their way down. Hopefully keep it safe. Front guy puts his boat in. The others behind them have a little look round, assess what's happening. And if you don't like your position in the group, if you want to change the group here, it's quite handy to be last out of that portage so that you know that you're going to get the diamond afterwards. Okay, if you need a rest, then coming out of that portage last is quite a benefit to you. The group will form and you slot straight into the diamond, and that kind of forces your position. Ziggy Chamil leading there, having a little look round, probably just to see how far the second group are behind.
And also looking for his teammate, I think.
Yeah.
See that everything is okay with him. Otherwise, he could slow down a bit and create something good for him.
So Ziggy Chamil there, he trains with sort of multi-discipline group up at Nottingham under coach Norman Mason, who was one of our international athletes probably 1,000 years ago now. I'm sure Norman won't mind me saying that. So they train with the Norm Plan group, they call it. A little bit of a breakaway, a little bit of a renegade group, but guys from Whitewater, the downriver stuff, sprint athletes, Hayley Mason, that's Norman's daughter, and that is a really good motivational group. They're really, you can see they're cheerful, you can see they're happy, they're working well, and it's obviously working well for Ziggy.
And these three guys coming into the portage now, they could take it easy now and help each other. They don't. They use a lot of energy to a totally unnecessary move into the portage.
Interesting, you've got both Spanish athletes there.
Yes.
And they're not working that well together. You'd expect them to be further up the field. But, as I say, Spanish juniors aren't always... what is this? What's he waiting for?
He missed something there, I don't know.
So, yeah, in a structure where they do so much marathon racing, you would hope that they'd have better juniors. But traditionally, their juniors are not up the sharp end.
It's Nico Puffler from Germany, who is leading that group. And he's probably doing his first international marathon race. I haven't seen him around before. Not Nico Puffler, but we had his brother yesterday racing in, I think it was in the under 23.
So the Spaniard there just slipped off the end of the pontoon as well. He's just having a nightmare. These are just why are you making a mistake like that? You can see a pontoon. Don't walk off the end of it. But that's how the brain functions. Once it gets tired, once you're in a hurry, you're trying to keep up. You don't make all the right decisions all the time, and each time you make a bad decision, it's costly.
But it comes with experience as well and training.
Yep.
I mean, the top teams are training these groups and together K1 and K2, and they are just practicing tactics and all the right moves.
But that's so often what separates the front group from the second group. When you come into a chaotic portage, the ones that do it right move on to the front group, the ones that do it wrong move back.
Experience and strength.
Equally, I mean, you get the impression it's all on the portage, but a lot of it depends on how stressed you were in the lead up to the portage. If you arrive at the portage tired, your decision making capability is reduced. If you're comfortable in a group and you're in control of a group, then you've still got that energy reserve to make the right decision.
Yeah.
So almost any fatigue that's out on the water is magnified when you come to a stressful situation like a portage.
And as you know, that the final portage and the first portage is the most decisive in the races. It's possible to train that, actually, to practice to be totally exhausted and filled with lactic acid into the first portage and make the right move. If you got that into the genes of of yourself, it's possible to always do the right moves. It's possible to practice, actually. We did that in the Swedish team when we were top of the world back then. A lot of such practices. Also doing portages after long sessions to practice the final ones. Just to get used to taking the right initiatives.
Yeah. And it paid off, because you always did very well on the portages. You're always someone we didn't want to let get away on the portages, because you had that capability.
And into the portage now, out of the camera, is the coming generation of the Swedish marathon paddlers, Alexander Öström. Around the 15th position or so.
Got a couple of K1s tagging on to those K2s there. Probably not the best place to do that right in front of all the judges and the entire spectator to base, seeing as it's not really allowed.
No, it's not allowed to wash hang on another category.
And now a bit of stress.
Oh no.
Okay, these guys, I think they're just starting their last of the long laps. Water, there's nowhere to put the back. The Germans have gone in. Now they put the boat on the outside of the Germans. Now the Germans are stuck. So a little bit chaotic, but you can see that the Germans got nowhere to go. It was a mistake by the front girl in the Danish boat there. Should have put the pressing on. And K1 there also making the most of a gift. The Germans just struggling slightly.
Final long lap. Next time they're coming into the portage, it's the final portage, and from that on we will see very tough racing, of course, to decide who is going to win.
So as we enter our period of downtime again, all the athletes at the far end of course, we've got nice visual there of the junior men. That's the second group. 2 Norwegians, 2 Hungarians, and that's just that's actually stopped. And I'd say that's 4 boys who are just disappointed that they're not up the front end of this race. They don't know what they're racing for at the moment. It's not close enough to the end for them to be racing for positions, and they're just kind of lost in a vast gap between the front group and the following group behind them. There's no reason for them to be pressing on, and they can't decide who's going to cover the distance. Nice long shot from the boys there, and then back to the women's K2. So we've got the graphic up for the women's junior K2. 2 boats clearly out in front. It's the Germans and the Danes, and then following up in 3rd place is the Polish boat 358. They have a significant gap on the boats behind them. Spanish now both drop back.
Then Hungary on 5th position, and Belgium on 6th. It's interesting, Belgium is another Brox on these courses. The Brox family have been participating in international racing for decades now. This time it's Roos Brox. I think she's the niece of Lise Brox that had a medal last year.
You get a lot of that in canoe racing,
yeah,
a lot of family tradition. Sometimes you're on to 3rd generation paddlers.
Absolutely.
And it is interesting. The sport seems to sort of work its way into your family DNA, and the enjoyment flows through that family line. And
it's so much good experiences traveling around with the parents, doing all these races. So you really will be brought into it.
So that's the Italians there emptying almost a full boat of water. Who knows how that got in there? Either they've tipped the boat up a little bit, getting it in at the previous portage, or possibly even a hole in the boat to have that much water in.
Most of the athletes, they use foot pumps in the kayaks that they manage with their feet. There's a lot of details to ensure they work before such a race, and it's also very obvious that the top guys almost never have any problems with their boats or pumps or anything like it, while down at the result lists it's more or less always
it's a little bit random. Yeah, people do have problems, and that comes with experience as well as the professionality of your own approach.
Exactly, especially that, the professionality of your own approach. When you're focusing to win quite hard and do all the training that is needed, it's not an option to have a foot pump that doesn't work, to have a footrest that breaks, or a rudder that doesn't work, or something like that. So these guys are checking all their stuff very, very carefully and make sure that nothing will happen.
Maybe for me, it wasn't me that ever checked that. I was useless at that kind of stuff. It was always my coach. My coach, that was his responsibility. He took care of all that. When I got in my boat, I knew that the rudder was in the middle, the wires were tight enough, the steering was going to work, the pump was going to work, and I was just the paddling monkey that had to perform in the race. So
I checked a lot of things myself, but I had a great support guy that made all the things on my boat. He followed, and he did a wonderful work making the boat suitable for the close to 2 meter Stefan.
Yeah. And you've got Magnus Gregory in this race. He's got his coach here with him, Tom Daniels. They operate at Longridge Canoe Club, probably the best group in our country at the moment in terms of progression. Absolutely doing a phenomenal job there. And Tom, he's been in the marathon team. He's got marathon medals at junior level, and he will be making sure that boat's right for Magnus. And it takes a lot of the pressure off you as an athlete when you've got a coach who's prepared to do that. Bit of a mixed bag here going on. Still Danish K2, German K. Now those K1s there, that is interfering with the race, Stefan. The bit between the Danish K2 and the German K2, and one of the judges needs to tell them to get out of the way. It's okay taking an opportunity if one's presented, but to actually be in the way of another race is really unacceptable.
It will cause at least a penalty, I think.
So the leaders in the junior K1, they're just approaching. Oh, here we are, they're on shot now. They're about another minute and a half away from the portage again. Again, nothing too exciting. You'd imagine here they've got one more long lap.
Yes, one more long lap.
And then the short lap. So the next long lap is really, it's a trade-off. You need to rest, but you need to be in the right position of the group. You need to establish that you're faster than someone. They need to know that you're faster than them. So a little error of judgment there.
Yes.
Ziggy. Stop the English getting out. They've been very well behaved.
Yeah.
It's very... Yeah. Although they're running like they mean it. That's oh,
wow.
Bit of chaos there. That was not great from the Danish. They missed both of them, I think.
Yeah, at least one. They missed the drinks for the last.
A little step over there from Daniel Hansen. Not sure why he did that. He's now got 3 people on the right side of the pontoon, 1 on the left. Seemed a little unnecessary, but he's going to be the last away.
Yeah.
Last away, and he could have been second away there. I don't
know
really
why.
Understand that, but he thought something through. He had some sort of plan. Maybe it wasn't the best plan, but it was his plan, and
but it's also risky doing it that way. Throwing the boat on the ground, it could damage the rudder.
How many times have you seen someone step on their boat when they try and step over it like that?
Stumble and then they need to stop to fix the rudder, and then they are off.
It's over. Yeah. Second group now. They're a long way. Front group, we can see, you can't. They're leaving that portage, and Danish in the red boat, Winter, he made a good solid effort, and that's now come to an end.
And now it's
Magnus Gregory's pushing on after that.
He's pushing on quite hard now, and now, he's making an effort now. He saw that Magnus Hansen was a little bit off, and he's making a big move. But I think they soon will be together again.
Yeah, it's regrouping again. So apologies on commentating on something you couldn't see there, but it did seem the more relevant part of the race. This is the second group coming out on the portage. Nothing too exciting to report there.
It's Hungary, it's Csaba Erdasi in that group, the first Hungarian.
Actually, the most significant thing that's going to happen to that group now is they could possibly be caught by the German and Spaniard, who are only about 40 seconds behind on another long lap. There seems so little motivation in that second group now.
And it's Magnus Iversen, Norway, and also Vold from Norway leading that group. Iversen and Vold.
There's the scan through to the front group, and that's the view they've got, and that is a long gap.
It's a very long gap.
Everything's so. Then he re-established himself at the front for the second portage.
Yes.
That tells me he's on a good learning curve, and he was confident enough to go to the front. So I fancy Magnus Gregory's chances. Maybe I'm a little biased, but hey, I've got the microphone, so I'm allowed to have an opinion.
And Nikolai Winter made a good portage. He seems to have experience enough to not do any mistakes in that final decisive portage.
He was even clean on the first portage as well. So yeah, you got to look at that. Maybe if he can get a length lead or half length lead, you only need to come out of the portage in front. Then you've at least got you're dictating what happens.
And he was there also last year when he finished 8th. So he has some experience out of it. And here the third group is coming in. We had Spain in between the groups, but here's the third group.
Coming into the portage.
And it's Andrej Antal from Slovakia who is leading that group, and he's together with Alessandro Tovo from Italy. And
Charlin getting his drink system for the next lap. Do you think there's any significance that both the Danish failed to get their drinks there at that portage, Stefan? Or okay, sorry, Stefan's out looking at the Junior Women's K2 race, which had a significant break. The Danes are now 20 seconds, maybe 15 seconds ahead of the Germans.
Exactly. Now they have made a decisive move up there out on the course. Quite unusual to do that, actually. They have managed to get rid of Germany on pure strength, paddling speed along this last big lap. And
or the interference of the K1s.
Maybe so.
Yeah, you could well find yourself with a complaint here.
Yes.
To deal with after the race. I mean, if it was the K1s that upset the German wash hanging, then they're not going to be happy about that.
Not at all. But it seems like the Danes do have a greater speed now. They are increasing the gaps stroke by stroke now, heading for the last final portage, just 500 meters before the finish line. Denmark, Line Langelund and Katrin Rask into their final portage. These two girls from Silkeborg, that is one of the most experienced marathon clubs in the world, organizing also Tour de Gudenå. Here they are, Line Langelund and Katrin Rask, and I think their trainer Finn Pape is really pleased with these girls now. Line Langelund and Katrin Rask from Silkeborg, Denmark, in the lead of European Championships Women Junior K2.
There's really nothing that can stop them from here, is there, Stefan? The Germans are just getting out of their boat now, and they're not in any hurry.
No,
they're going to stop. They've stopped. They're emptying their boat out. They've settled for second place, and yeah, hopefully they'll be happy with second place. I mean,
I think they are.
To take on Katrin Rask, she was so dominant yesterday.
Yes.
And like you say, you don't often see German junior K2s doing well, so it's a big result for them. They'll be happy with that.
And the Danish crew off from the portage now, just 500 meters more to go. These girls that had a fourth position in the Junior World Championships on 500 meters last year as well, so they are used that also are Olympic hopes for Denmark in a specific effort from the Danish Federation for the Olympics in the future.
And that's just another example of how the marathon and the marathon training, the marathon events can help your sprint result in the end. The Danish have got a good history of women's K2 sprinting, and they're still using this as a preparation event for their World Championships, and
absolutely,
it's great to see that. It's
absolutely
great to see that sort of enlightened thinking.
Exactly. That's how it should be done.
Head of the two chasing crews, which is Hungarian and Belgians. They've just got a gap of about 15 seconds.
They are not allowed to do any mistakes now to secure their bronze medal.
Yeah, a mistake at this portage could be crucial for them. But depending how tired they are.
Weronika Piotrczak and Maja Kolowska from Poland.
Then they come to the portage, and there you go. There's your mistake right there. They've actually capsized on the portage. They're not going to have time to empty that boat out, and
they can't even lift the boat
out. So it's over.
It's over for them. Yeah, I think so. They lost their medal there now.
But everyone else has stopped also. So the Hungarians have stopped. They came to the same side of the pontoon as the accident. It's just.
And Hungary had also some problems there. They got stuck.
We've repeated it again and again, but you can see how easily things slip away. The Polish were safe in their bronze medal. All they had to do was come into that landing stage, get out of the boat, and run through the portage. Now they're still in the water, angry with herself. She's hitting the boat.
And it's Hungary. It's Hungary on the third position now, I think, if the camera hasn't missed anything.
No, I think it was the Belgians in third. Belgians were ahead of the Hungarians. They came into the portage with them. And the Hungarians got of bronze. So now it's fourth place for them.
So it's Belgium then. They were in sixth position in the previous portage, and now moving for a medal, I think. It's not them, that's Hungary. Or did Belgium had another accident in the portage?
In the portage, I don't know. We haven't seen them leave the portage, have we? Who have we got? There's two Hungarian crews there.
It's two Hungarian. It's Hungary. Yeah, it's definitely Hungary. So Hungary on third position. Sorry for this confusion.
And there's the Belgians behind them. So something must have happened to them on the portage that we didn't see as well. They're also looking very wet.
Yes.
So maybe getting into the portage. So absolute chaos at the end of the women's K2 race.
But
they're wet through, those girls.
What? Go. Can we have the camera to the finish line now? Just 150 meters or so more to go is Line Langeland and Katrin Rask from Denmark taking another gold for Denmark in junior women racing this weekend. Watch them, they are really doing this nicely. These girls from Silkeborg, Denmark, and their trainer Finn Pape might be very, very happy, as their team coach Christian, and themselves, of course.
Fantastic effort from those girls. They were
really,
there
really nice
from the start. They paddled away from all the other teams except the Germans very early on, and then actually broke away from the Germans themselves.
European champions junior women K2 is Denmark. Line Langeland and Catherine Rask.
Fantastic effort. In come the Germans now in shot. They'll also be pleased with their result. Silver medal for them is probably more than they expected coming into this. You wouldn't assume naturally that you would come ahead of the two Hungarian K2s in a junior women's race. You'd have them featured above you normally, and these girls will be very pleased to have sent the
Now, together with Pia Engelhardt, they are making a silver medal for Germany in junior women K1 this year. I think it is the first junior women K2 medal for Germany for European Championships ever for women, junior category women. Julia Hake and Pia Engelhardt.
So here we go. This is the bizarre contest for third place that we've seen unfold. I think we're looking at two Hungarian crews there. The crew in fourth place still fancying their chances, still pressing on, but the distance is just running out for them. They're not going to catch the crew in the yellow boat. So there will be a medal for Hungary, despite how it looked early on in the race. And this medal really was gifted to them.
Yes, absolutely.
They're coming in last 50 meters really for these girls. And really, in terms of going home with a medal, these girls have been very, very lucky.
And that is Annette Fritz and Frusi Nagal from Hungary, bronze medalist, junior women K2.
Followed closely by their compatriots, both 3, 5, 6. That's Dora Zalowski and Laura Sima. It would be really handy for the commentary team if all the teams wore the exact same kit.
Yes.
Then the Belgian crew, 355. They had a bit of an adventure out there today in the final lap there. They had a shot at a medal at the closing stages, but it didn't pan out for them. But really it was the Polish girls who were the big losers on that final lap there. I don't know if they've even continued in the race. We might see them finish later on, but come the Spaniards now, first of the Spanish crews. No, yep, 354. Lucia Seitz and Chiara Lopez Pinos. Lopez Pinos raced yesterday. They're coming into the finish.
Sixth. And I think they are sixth position to Spain. And then, sorry girls, but now it's the final portage for the men, and we really want the cameras for on the men now.
This is the big burn up for the portage. Magnus Gregory's gone it alone out to the left, and on the right is Winter. These have been the two strong guys. There's Gregory from Winter. It's hard to tell at this angle who's got the advantage. I would say it's Gregory at this stage, moving very well, but we know Winter is very well organised on his porches. Ziggy Chamil coming around Winter now.
And it's Britain, Denmark, and it's Gregory, and it's Schigel, and it's Winter, and it's Douglas Hansen.
Ziggy Chamil really needs to get not too comfortably out of his boat, ends up kneeling on the landing stage, but they're both up the ramp first. So Great Britain versus Denmark.
And it's Gregory. Gregory is running, his long legs is carrying very fast, but that's also true for Siggy. And Winter is doing it very well over the porches as well. Douglas Hansen is a bit exhausted, as it seems.
So one each side, keep it tidy, keep it calm, guys, keep it calm. And both away well. This looks like a 1-2 for Great Britain for me. Winter just closing in behind them.
Is struggling hard now to. I think he will manage.
Now he has to choose which of these Great Britain guys is going to be the leader at the finish. For my money, it's going to be Gregory, so he should be going to Gregory's side of that group now. He shouldn't be second wash out. It's too hard there for him. He's got to tuck in behind Gregory to have any chance of even getting a silver medal here.
And now he's on the inner side as well at the final turn. It might be any problem, but it could be. If Gregory is pushing hard now, he could really squeeze Winter around the final turn.
He doesn't even need to. At this stage, Winter's working harder than Ziggy. Gregory's in control of the race. For Winter to come up and get anything but a bronze medal here, he would have to close Ziggy out, and that's not going to happen at this stage. Ziggy beat him into the portage. He already knows he's faster than him. Really, Winter should be on the left of Gregory here.
Yes, he made a wrong tactical decision there.
Gregory's to lose now. He's the faster of our two guys on the sprinting, but now it comes down to who's tired.
Yes, it's just 400 meters more to go, and they have a turn. So Siggy was looking for.
Ziggy's just checking that he's got a medal.
Yeah.
The medal's in the bag. Now he has to choose the colour.
That decides a little bit of his tactics as well. I think he was watching if Douglas Hansen was coming up. If not, he could continue at a low speed into the turn. But look at that,
goes Winter.
That's the only chance he has. He needed,
and he's failed. That's hugely significant. Now he has to be on the wash of the leader. Whoever the leader is coming out this turn, Winter needs to go to that leader.
Exactly as we said, he is a little bit squeezed there. Nothing illegal. But it was not a good position for him, and now he's off, and now he's coming up on the other side, but it's a little bit too late. He's choosing a longer route there. He realized he must be on Gregory's wash now, and he's struggling hard now to get there.
Or is Ziggy Chamil leading now? It's hard to tell from here. I think Chamil's taking the lead. So for all that work that Winter did to come around to Gregory's side, he's been held off again. They're working him over.
He's trying now on his own. Winter is trying on his own now.
I think Winter looks like he's spent. He's gone, hasn't he?
Yeah, he is.
So it's Great Britain going to be first and second. It's going to be a big tussle to see who gets these medals. These guys have been close all year. There are two outstanding juniors. There are no juniors at home to touch these boys.
200 meters more to go. The speed is great.
So Ziggy Chamil from Gregory, and here goes Gregory. It's going to be big. Chamil looked at him straight away. That was a capitulation right there. He knew how tired he was. He knew what Gregory had, and he knew immediately that he couldn't match that. So it's going to be Gregory from Chamil, from Winter, and it's a Great Britain 1-2. Fortunately, I predicted that from the start, Stefan. So I'm looking well educated at this stage.
You know these guys well.
I know them very well, and much respect to these two for what they've done here today. This is massive for canoeing in Great Britain. That's not significant to the rest of the world, I know, but what's happening here is a big deal back at home today. This is fantastic for these guys. It's fantastic for club canoeing in Great Britain. It's fantastic for their coaches and for their training groups and for the sport as a whole. That's Magnus Gregory across the line, followed by Ziggy Chamil. This is absolutely brilliant for us. It couldn't have gone better. And Winter, he knows that he can't be caught. He's going to take the third.
And I think he's pleased with that.
He's happy with his result.
A big day for Great Britain. A new generation coming up now for marathon. A new British generation coming.
For marathon, for sprint, I mean, these are the first two guys we've had with real future for quite a long time now.
Both in sprint and marathon.
Both in sprint and marathon. Yeah, they are top quality athletes. They're both free thinking individuals. They're doing what's right for them. Second Dane crossed the line now in 4th place.
Douglas Hansen, 4th position. Good race also for him. Good day for Denmark, winning the women K2, and then 3rd and 4th position in men. So a new generation, a new strong generations, both on the British, for the British and for the significant for in this age, and really good.
Congratulations to their coaches, Tom Daniels, Norman Mason. Norm Plan Group gets a medal at the Europeans, and the Longridge Canoe Club, who've moved the last couple of years, a medal for them. Couldn't have panned out better. Really pleased for everyone involved with those guys. Justified in their decisions that they've made. Difficult decisions for those boys over the last few months. They've come under a lot of pressure back home, but they are very happy with how things have panned out for them. Hopefully, if we're lucky, maybe we can get an interview with one of them later. We're not sure if we've got the equipment to do that, but if I can, I'll interview them, and we'll get that out to you later today.
Please try, Ivan. You can try. And Ivan is heading off to try to make some interviews, if we can have the equipment working for it. And a great in-sprint for 6th and 7th position between Nico Pofler from Germany, whose brother Marcel Pofler raced yesterday in the under 23 category, and he's together with David Bottieri from Finland, number 17 Erik Petrov from Hungary. Number 17 Erik Petrov from Hungary, and then followed Andrei Antal from Slovakia, and Dimitro Vespalko from Ukraine, and Shaba Jaim Noval, and number 23 is Amund Vold from Norway, who was among the top group for a long period of the race. Very good racing this morning. Very interesting to see the Danish crew making the effort out here on the excellent conditions on the Bochinj lake this morning, just going faster than Germany, and winning the gold medal for Denmark in the ladies K2, and then this very exciting race with all the technical skills shown by the British team, winning double here this morning. Still excellent conditions. Start, and that will be very interesting, because then and she will be challenged by Lizzie Broughton from Great Britain, Lenka Chrova from Czech Republic, and Stefania Cicali from Italy, and also Anna Alberti have done so many good races before. In that race also Berenike Faldum from Bulgaria, who used to paddle K2 with Renata 10 years ago, so then paddling for Hungary is on that race. So we will be back on that 11:30. Until then, grab a cup of coffee, and hopefully you can enjoy this broadcasting from 11:30 on. Thanks a lot for staying with us this morning, and welcome back within 45 minutes.
1, 2, 3, se slišimo? 1, 2, 3.
Se slišimo?
Super. Koga je? Tlele bomo, ja. Tle, kaj si?
Samo kakšno letvico in pizda ari.
300 kosmatih ari. Krščen matiček. Tle, ja. Ali pa to tlele, vej, tako, ma tlele jih bo dala. To, da imaš mečken to, ali pa ga jih bo dala tle, da šmo to v zadnji. Tle je to prežgana, ne? Okay.
For 5 minutes and then they'll
I'll wait here for you and I'm here for you. We're ready, so just put him in go.
Also, 5 Meter, quella di Bonai, 5th place Magnus Iversen, 6th place Erik Petro, 7th place Csaba Érdászi, 8th place Ariana Waiton, 10th place Jim Amund Bulls, 11th place Jorge Rodriguez Barrena, 12º posto per Alessandro Tovo, 13. Pavel Čajak je
Ali jih dava raj tle gor. Boljš. Tam imaš malo smotan, kot tam malo dol gledala, ker ni ravno. Vsem bi dal raj tlele, tam tu vzadi, ne? Jeba. Bo probala, če un večji, un manjših, bo probala nekako pokompenzirati. A bi jih dala vodo?
Ne, koma če greš to gor
Na tole? Brez problema. Ja, se to bomo, samo... Sam, da vidim, če mi dokaj nes mikrofon. Daj povej mi sam, če mi nese do semle dol mikrofon, ker bomo tukaj intervju delali. 1, 2, 3, se slišimo? 1, 2, 3, me slišite, prosim?
Te slišimo.
Ok, hvala. Zazelam se na glavco dol, zarijem do Tokija. Imam pa rekel, ko bomo prišli, da bomo šli. Ti bolj desno? Ok. Sem malo hladil, dec. Kva ga puni toliko cajta zdaj šopajo, no?
Gremo tudi na 21. mestu še Jakob Klobojka. Gremo na aplauze za Jakoba, boril se je do konca, bravo Jakob. Še veliko snage, želimo naprej.
To, prosili so me, če bomo intervjuje pol delali, da delamo takoj, ko pride, ko končajo. Tako da takoj, ko prvi pa drugi, ko sem srečo, naredimo intervju. Tako da bom mikrofon kar pri njemu.
Smo že povedali vsak, da govorimo pa danes še enkrat, če bi radi konkretno slikovjo, če bi radi kakšno svežino pijačo, če bi radi kakšno mrzlo gmeljevo pijačo,
postavili.
Kot sem povedal, pustite kakšen evro, verjamte mi, bolje da spijete eno mrzlo pivo, kot da vam 2 evra plača strgata. Ste dvakrat zgubil. Tako da vam želimo na zdravje, zdaj ura tudi taka, da zmeri bolj toplo na tuje. Toplo je tudi naši zima, Petri pa Sabini. Čakamo na nasmehu in katrici, da ga vidite.
I don't know, I'm wondering that myself. Yeah, it's a problem, we can wait, so we'll have to get ready and everything. Zakaj ga ni zdaj še iskati? Spet tiskali, vse, kaj RTV ga je zadržala, tako prstica, ne? Lahko pa tudi samo da še enkrat. Yeah, it was a hard race. The second turn was really, really hard, so almost lost position with the Polish guys, so fuck them. Tri, test. Se slišimo v redu.
Okay, I'm standing here with Magnus Gregory, who just 5 minutes ago took the European Marathon title in the men's under-18 K1. Obvious question first, Magnus. How much did you enjoy that?
Well, the race was pretty hard, but I'm feeling great now, really great.
There's an element of doubt on the first lap. It was a huge group, maybe 12, 15 people to start with, and coming into the first portage, all didn't go well for you. As a spectator and as an interested spectator, that was nervous times for us. I mean,
It was nervous for me as well. I came in on the 5th and got the front of my boat caught and ended up coming out the portage pretty much last, but I managed to catch back up because the group was still quite slow. But it was quite nervous for me. I wasn't sure what was going to happen.
okay, the spectators and the viewers on TV didn't see the catching up process because that wasn't on the film. We were watching the junior women's K2 at the time. So we were very relieved to see you back in the top group at that stage. Then once the top group formed and the second portage happened, it was down to 4. At that point, what are you thinking?
It was a bit of relief because I knew we were a bit more safe now. At least I had a top 4 position as long as nothing went wrong. So we talked amongst each other and made sure that we stayed together for at least the next 2 laps. And we did that, and that worked well, so I was happy with that.
And you took a big chunk out of the other groups then. The race was now between you 4.
Yeah.
At what point do you decide that you are the winner of that? Is it just after the last portage, or have you worked it out on your journey round that you've got what it takes?
Well, I decided to take it up on the just before the first turn of the 6th lap. So I led for almost the whole lap and then came into the portage first because I knew that the Danish guys were good at sprinting, so I couldn't be on the side if I wanted to come into the portage first. So I came in first, ran it, and tried to paddle out really hard to try and drop anyone I could.
You had a plan basically, and once you'd settled into that group of 4, and that plan eventually panned out. So you crossed the line first, you got your mate second. What's your initial emotion when you cross that line?
Well, initially it was relief because Ziggy, the other Great Britain paddler, was ahead of me going around the final turn, which is only 500 metres from the finish. But I managed to get past in the last few metres, and I was just relieved that I'd managed to do that. And then happiness was just the emotion after that.
And pleased for Ziggy as well?
Yeah, definitely. Ziggy did great. It was great to have 1-2 Great Britain.
And we predicted that from the start, fortunately, so we look a little bit better as commentators. But you guys have gone through a lot to be here. You've made a choice to be here that's got a whole background story that we won't go into. But just on a simple level, I mean, you could choose to be here today, or you could choose to be at Nottingham. Do you want to compare the 2 venues?
Oh, well, this is just spectacular. I've never paddled on somewhere so nice. When we first got here and I looked out the hotel window and I saw this, I was like, oh, I just want to get out there and paddle. It looks amazing. It's been a great place to paddle. Really enjoyed it.
There really is nowhere better than this. I mean, I've canoed. You've only canoed for a few years. I've canoed for 102 maybe, and this is some spectacular venue. I mean, you boys both had a great year, and it's been tough all the way through for a lot of reasons. How come you 2 boys in particular are doing so well? What have you got behind you that allows you to perform in this way?
Well, we've both got great club coaches who are just supporting us all the time. My coach Tom's out here. Supporting me, and Ziggy's here. Ziggy's coach is Norman, and just the clubs are really working well for us, and we're going well. Our results have proved it.
Good man, and you seem happy with what you're doing. I think I've heard a quote from you before that a happy athlete's a good athlete, and you're standing by that now.
Yeah, definitely. I feel great, and I think it went quite well.
Okay, good man. Well, congratulations to Magnus. Hopefully we'll get to chat to Ziggy soon if he finds his way here. In fact, he has. He's right behind me now. Maybe we'll make that a shorter interview because we covered a lot of it, but step right this way, Ziggy. Okay, first of all, obviously, congratulations. And I've already spoken to Magnus, and his emotion coming over the line, his initial emotion, he said, was relief rather than happiness. What about yourself?
I think I was just happy, really, because I wasn't, I don't think... I think he came here he came to the Europeans last year and did pretty well, so I think it might have been maybe a little bit of a disappointment if he didn't do as well. But for me, I think it's just sort of a first major international where I've sort of I'm sort of in the mix. So I think I was just really happy just to do well, and yeah, it's good.
Good man. So you came here with an attitude, nothing to lose, everything to gain, just giving it a shot and see what came out. Now, I was really impressed watching it. I've watched a lot of these races. Coming out the last portage, Magnus was in the lead.
Well, if I wasn't going to try, I wasn't really going to win. So I thought, it's like I'm not going to. The other Danish guy dropped off, so I was unlikely to not get a medal. So I thought, it's like first, second, third. Like if I just go for it, then I'm not really going to lose anything. It's just like, yeah.
Good man. And we've sort of brushed over some of the difficulties you've had through the year, and we don't really want to get into all that. But the team that's behind you, that have got you to this position, have you got anything you want to say to them?
Yeah, we've got a great group at Nottingham, the Norm Plan. We're coached by Norman Mason. He's really good. He really cares about everyone, and we've got a really good group of guys racing sprint, marathon, river racing, all kinds of stuff. So I think we all really help each other.
A full multidisciplinary group, and the main strength of that group is what? I mean, what drives a group that's so diverse?
I think we all just want to have fun, really. I think we all just really enjoy paddling, and just when one of us is like not going too well and a bit down, then we all just drag each other along and have a really good time at the same time. So it's not always completely serious. You've got to enjoy it a lot, and I do enjoy it a lot. So.
Good man. So that's Ziggy Chamil, second place today in the under-18 junior men's. One of 2 medals for Great Britain in one race. Great day for that team. Great day for the Danish team who took 3rd and 4th. And there's lots more to come from these 2 boys. Thank you. Okay, so we're next up. Next series of races includes the Women's K1, Senior Women's K1 and the Senior Men's C1. Big interest here is in one of the stars of this competition, Women's K1, Renata Sai. Already 8 gold medals from European Championships to add to the 15 she has from World Championships. Has to start as the favourite for this event, but everything is not going to go her way, I'm sure, especially if the other girls have something to say about it. We've got Lizzie Broughton from Great Britain, second in Oklahoma last year. She just goes from strength to strength. She's getting better and better. What used to be her weakness was her lack of speed, but that's been worked on, and now she has to be a contender. In addition to her, there's Susanna Sicali, and she's been there or thereabouts. Stefania Sicali, sorry, she's been there or thereabouts for many years. Third in the Europeans in Piestany just a year ago. She's won the under-23, she's won the junior at World Championship level, and now she's here today to make a point and to try and end the dominance of Hungary and in specifically Renata Sai. The C1 race that will follow on just 5 minutes after the K1s. Always an interesting one. We've seen before how the C1 races pan out slightly differently to the K1 races, but Nuno Barros is the man to watch in there. Already European champion from a year ago, but he has the 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th place from that race a year ago to contend with again this time. The usual suspects in that one: Hungary, Portugal and Spain. Croatia also worth a mention in that race. So here we are at the venue, just a few minutes to go. The athletes are paddling around in front of us in their warm up to the race. So much to think about at this stage. Got to control the nerves. Make sure you get on the start line. When you get on the start line, the officials always line you up too close together, don't they, Stefan?
Exactly.
There's a excitement. It adds to the stress. It never feels like you have enough room. And somebody next to you always wants to paddle on the same side that you're paddling on. And it's quite a stressful situation to be in. But you've been in it before. The trick in those situations when it's tight like that is to look at the spaces. Don't look at the people. If you look at the people, you're going to run into them. It's going to get tight. If you look at the space in front of you, you'll always be safe. It just doesn't feel like it at the time.
And then you need to have been thinking of the tactics you are using at the first stage, especially if you are one of those who want to win. Could be different tactics. And nowadays it's more of just get on with it and get to the top group as quick as possible. But if you're not able to do, benefit to be on the side of the groups and take maybe a little bit longer route, but try to pick a good wash at the side of the field. But here they are now. Here they are, all of them. In the middle we have Renata Sai, the queen of marathon paddling, and beside her Stefania Sicali, who were second in Rome and has so many good results, and we're coming back to that. And also Lizzie Broughton, who were the second, who had a silver medal last year in this event after Renata Sai.
Also on the far side there, of course, you've got Anna Alberti, who has got a lot of good results in women's.
Yes.
And she is exactly like you say on the outside. She's not involved. The main contenders, they've lined up together in the middle, which seems a little bit odd to me. We might discuss that later. But Albertini, you cannot write off. So away they go.
Renata Sai there. In the middle in her yellow bout, and it's Lizzie Broughton, and it's Lizzie taking the lead, and Renata is trying to keeping up there. It's the two of them, and now it's Renata. Lizzie is relaxing now a little bit, getting into her wash, and then it's Spain on the inner side here. It's Spain. It is.
You're the two Spanish girls.
Yeah, Nuria Vilas, who we now have very good endurance and great speed, and she definitely wants to be among the top guy, Nuria Vilas. We recognize her from under 23 and junior racing before. Lots of good results also for her, and also. Is Noemi Mishku, that I don't know much of, as Hungary has so many good paddlers, and I haven't seen Miško around.
It is just incredible. They can just keep putting in more and more athletes that you haven't
Yes.
even fastest or the three girls with the break into that dive.
And they are very, very high speed, forming a diamond around her.
Hard to make a judgment from what you see from where we are. We see the first 1 minute maybe of the race, but stroke for stroke, and then when she made the decision, boom, she went boom.
To be among the top, among the top into the first turn, and now we'll concentrate on the start of C1 on curve. Him. Also Nuno Barros from Portugal, also one of these very experienced guys that have had medals all the way since the World's 2009 in Crestuma, when I saw him first time.
And he's got 2 European Championship wins already in 2011. Again, they put the 4 main contenders together in the middle. Should expect to see them lead off roughly from the start. At the top of the top of your screen there, the Hungarian on the far side. That's going to be Levanti Bala, who we saw race in the. Well, he actually won the under-23s yesterday.
Yeah.
So he's making his mark with the older guys here.
That will be interesting. This youngster coming up now and challenging the more experienced
and also
guys.
The Czech athlete in this, Jan de Louis, he was in the under-23s yesterday.
As it often is in this category, we have not mentioned David Mosquera, the second Spanish guy, with many good results over the years.
Yeah, third last.
Seven laps on a about 4 kilometer course, and doing 6 portages. The first lap is without the portage, and then the portage. So the final portage is quite decisive, as we have experienced this morning.
This morning we saw those junior boys race, and you commented. Why would you say that? I mean, what was it about that race that really appealed to you?
I think both the British guys and also the Danes were very experienced and well-educated marathon paddlers, and they knew exactly what to do in each stage of the race and control the field from the start, and made a very good marathon race. Both of these teams.
I interviewed the 2 Great Britain athletes afterwards, and they create that gap working together, and then the race began with 1 long lap to go at the end, and that's kind of what we said should be happening.
Yes, one of the founding clubs for marathon racing actually organizing.
Just get the name Miško. She's making up that group of 4. You'd have to predict that with those athletes in that group, that's
the one with several minutes, and then or create a group of 4 to be safe, no struggling, no fighting for positions, just cooperate and try to rest until the final.
But it's interesting. Chai can adapt her race. Last year in Oklahoma, she tried to. But Lizzie contesting the race
and last year before the Worlds, she did some 5,000 meter races and were among the top 3, but not better than that. And this year you saw her in the World Games.
And it was quite. first group. A little bit weird with that. We've seen that front group. Misko
Second, yeah. Front
but
group is Alberti,
it's
Miško,
Alberti.
Shai and Broughton.
And that would explain why Alberti was really piling on at that last
Yes,
turn, because
yes.
she's seen an opportunity
Yeah.
finally.
Last year in championships she pulled out. Among the top, the very experienced Anna Alberti. She won the World Cup in Rome. Very, very nice to see that she is really back in the top. Italy, who had a silver medal in K1 after Renata Shea in the World Championships in Singapore 2011.
I think with someone probably get a better result tomorrow, but with somebody of that quality in the second group, there is a to make that gap as big as possible as soon as possible. So on to the C1s there. He's still got an awful lot of company. In fact, the Hungarians come through on his inside. Europeans last year, 504, 505 and 506. Erlikov is not an unknown. He's got results before. He was ninth in the ninth, probably too bad. Maybe he's stepped it up.
Russia, Roman Erlikov from Russia.
Bala, the under-23 winner yesterday, just struggling to stay in touch with that group according to the graphic. And in fact, on the screen there you can see him in his blue boat. He's fallen off that main string of potential winners. So again, the under-23 winner hasn't quite cut it in the senior race. But you know, it was hot out here yesterday when he was racing. He spent an hour and a half out there, and still Alberti's pushing on. Still, she's got a plan. She knows what she probably knows Stefania very well, and she knows she can destroy her if she races like this. So for her,
I think it's her chance to try to do that. Anna Alberti is very endurant. She's not a sprinter, but that is the same for Renate. So maybe we'll see these two try to cooperate a bit. Lizzie Broughton is not a sprinter either.
No, I mean you got no sprint. Yeah, of those, you'd probably still pick Shai as the sprinter in that field.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is one of the weaknesses Shai has. You can. Is a sprinter.
Yes.
Then she would be vulnerable.
Yeah.
And yeah, we had this discussion on day one when we arrived. I mean, if you put Shai, Hemmings, and Susanna Gunnarsson in a bucket together, which one would come out alive? Yeah.
Very, very hard to say. Very hard to say because the other two were in the early ages of marathon racing when the races were 42 kilometers. They don't have as many gold medals as or medals overall as these girls are having. But back then the World Championships were every second year only, so it wasn't possible to get that many medals. But they were also very, very good athletes, and Susanne had also a gold medal on 500 meters in K2 back in Atlanta.
So you would fancy her chances on a sprint finish?
Yes, absolutely.
Anna Hemmings could run unbelievably fast. She'd come from a cross-country background. long trousers today, wouldn't you, Stefan, the Italian there? Taking no chances for. What do you think? His mum told him to be careful, or he's made his own decision there? So as the paddlers make their way up to the top end of the course, for us to see them from there.
Nuno Barros has a long history in the marathon racing. He appeared first time in the records back in 2004, actually, at the World Cup in Portugal, Cristuma, back in 2004, when he won C2 together with José Sousa, another experienced Portuguese C2 paddler.
Shot of the second group of the ladies there, Sfaldum, world champion in the past, as Stefan said, with Renata Zay herself. Faye Lamp leading that group out.
Feldon was
Villaci with also in that group.
Yeah, Feldon was had also a bronze medal in Rome 2012 in K1 for Bulgaria.
The longevity of these athletes is there, isn't it? People
Yes.
stay around for a long time.
Yes.
I'm not sure how long Busto was at the top for, but it's about 10 years, isn't
Yeah,
it? That
yeah.
people sort of loiter around in the races, and it's a long career in a sport like this. The young guys can do quite well, but you learn with experience and you stay around, and eventually it's the experience that keeps you in the front group rather than your physicality. So as your physicality fades, you're still in with a chance, and in 10 years you can see how many places, 2 or 3 trips a year to World Cups. That's 30 different countries you can go.
That's not bad. And a lot of other interesting races in between.
He's the king of the Sella race.
Yes,
in
king of
Spain,
the Sella and king of many other races as well. And the South Africans are doing, and many of the athletes are doing surf as well. And combine surf and marathon, and that makes them world traveler. And a very, very nice life to live.
Probably all have gold cards for the airport lounges
Yeah,
and
sure.
everything. I mean, there's that much travel
Yeah.
as an athlete. These things are possible.
Yes.
You no longer have to stay in the airport with all the poor people. You can go into the lounges.
Because you're a canoeing star.
Yeah. These are the perks of the job. So if you are out there wondering whether this is the life for you, you might want to factor that all in.
Absolutely. Renate Shea is, I think she's 35 now, 34 or 35, 2 kids at home, but she's keep on going.
And to be fair, if those 2 kids hadn't come along, she'd have a higher medal tally than she has.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
she was away for a few years with the kids there.
Yes.
So remarkable.
Not
Come
everyone
back and-
does as Susanne Gunnarsson did. She had a kid, and 3 weeks after she had a gold medal in the World Championships in Amsterdam.
That's quite exceptional. And
3 or 4 weeks, maybe it was 4 weeks.
borderline insane, or just, or is that normal behaviour for Swedish people?
I think so.
Okay.
She's a real Viking wife.
Yeah.
so.
Okay. Maybe all those hours in darkness in the winter starts to affect the mental processes.
I won't go into that.
But yeah, you have to admire people who've got that much drive
Yes,
to do that.
absolutely.
And it's that sort of drive, although maybe that's an extreme example, but it is that sort of drive that gets you to the top of whether it's your sport, your profession, it's with whatever field you use that drive in, it will help you out.
And
So
this
C1's
afternoon we have other very experienced paddlers, the Spanish guys. They are all something about 35 or so,
Yeah.
and still is racing very, very strong. But that we will comment on in the afternoon when the K1 men races started at.
Interested to find out who closed that gap, whether it was Barros or Mosquera, but someone did, or maybe Kova changed his mind.
Yeah.
I mean, you can be out there and a lot of thoughts go through your head. You work out how far you've got to go, and actually maybe you just need some company to cover that ground.
this on this course, because we are doing the course clockwise, not as usually anti-clockwise, and he's paddling on the right hand side of his boat, and that could make a difference in the final turn.
Much at the end of this race,
exactly.
so I guess every little perhaps we're rather than there's a fine line. So the three leading girls together.
Once again, Anna Alberti in top.
There's no true rest anymore. There's no V-wash. There's only the three of them. Anna Alberti, it seems, is just happy to be doing this. She's now got her medal, that's a start. That's your start point. They've broken it down to the medal positions.
And that will be the characteristic of this race from now on. I think they have the medal positions now, and they have a good enough gap to the second group, about 2 minutes now. So they won't set up any very high speed. If not, Anna Alberti really want to try to tire the others out. But I think both Lizzie and Renate is endurant enough.
They're not people
follow.
you'd fancy your chances at tiring out, to be fair. I mean, Lizzie, when you look at her, she always looks like her strike rate is so high. It looks like she's struggling. But
now?
Well, they're just in front of us. They're coming in for the portage.
Yes.
Renata's moved out to the right to make a burst for the portage. She's quite clever here. She's got Alberti between her and Lizzie, and it's Lizzie she fears most. So Lizzie's got to make a big effort to get across. Alberti's caught for speed. You know, Lizzie's got.
It's amazing, amazingly skillful done from Renate. She knows that Lizzie needs to follow. So she went out on the far right hand side, forced Lizzie to go right, and in the middle was Alberti. That was forced to back off a little bit. They're very, very skillful.
That was excellent to watch.
Fantastic.
That is someone who knew exactly what she was doing. She had a main opponent a whole position away and took advantage of it. So
we'll see.
Watch and learn. You know, that's someone who knows exactly what they're doing.
Yes.
And to be fair, you know, in the women's racing, there's never the big group. So to learn that in that environment that's why she's won as many medals as she has.
Yes. Watch her now, running very, very smoothly but fast across the portage.
Good drink system by the Great Britain team there. Always really well organised on that. They've done that for so many years, and these two could even get away here.
Yes.
Bertie's only just behind them, and she came out just behind them on the previous portage, but that just is a big adjust each lap. And
Renate always do the portage very, very safe. She's not rapidly jumping into the boat. She's always doing it very safe, no mistakes there. And now they are off. This is Lizzie Broughton flying Renate after the portage. She always set up quite a high speed, but you never know. She may stop once again. I don't think so this time.
She'll look, maybe take you up there. She'll look behind there. She'll see what damage she's done, see if that damage is enough, and she's decided it isn't.
Yeah.
So she didn't make the break. She had a little shot at making, and there's quite a lot of relief in Alberti at this stage. She's thinking, you know what? It's so much easier for me to catch up when you stop than having to make me do the whole way.
Next time.
Yeah, fiddling with the drink system, sorting out. Somebody else do the lead-in. I had a go, and they in that position.
She's
looking behind as well.
Well, I want to secure my medal. I can't let them go.
But you think of the three of them, probably Alberti has the most fear of the group behind catching up. So it will always be Alberti that ends up doing the leading. The other two are more confident. They've got maybe a little bit more recent history, and it will always fall to Alberti today.
And Alberti is swearing inside her head now. She's forced to.
It's so cruel almost, because each time a move is made, it's made to damage her.
Yes.
And then if it doesn't work, having tried to damage her, they then expect her to do the work. And that scenario is going to play out more than once.
Phalamp and Fulldom. Berenike Fuldum, and also Village, Nuria Village from Spain.
They're all moving well. Side running together. Spanish
got
girl
the-
cleverly backed off.
If we got the graphics up now, we could see the time gap.
Lamp nice and tidy and away well. But yeah, you're looking at a 2.5 minute gap to the front
Yeah.
group now.
Mishko is keeping up.
She's keeping that gap the same.
Yeah.
So she's
That's strong.
doing quite well.
Yes, it's tough to be there all alone.
And a minute looks a long way on the water, doesn't
Yes.
it? It's it's a gap you can't close quickly.
It's 250 meters.
Yeah. If you're going to
about.
close it at all, it's going to close very, very slowly.
Yes.
But it's those moments where the discussion about who's going to up by paddling. It's so those times are great news. When you see that when you're behind, you think, yes, that's another 5 seconds. I don't need to paddle, and it all adds into your mental state.
And strength comes and goes during the long races, and in certain stages you feel strong and could go very hard and confident, and then it could disappear a bit on other stages when you have fallen off.
Mental highs and lows are definitely a feature of marathon racing.
Oh yeah.
We've got in sight now. Here we go. We're on screen now. So there's been another break in the C1. It's Barros who's paid the price for whatever mistake he made, and it's Kova leading, followed by Mosquera. They are maybe 10 seconds ahead of Barros, maybe a little more, and the Russians fallen back another 20-30 seconds behind that. But two guys at the front, that's Kova and Mosquera, and they're going to be coming into the next portage in just about a minute's time.
We saw Barros watching behind previously, so maybe he felt a little bit tired already after the first portage. This very, very experienced Portuguese C1 paddler who has also done lots of good sprint racing. Unfortunately, we're not able to give you the track records of that because we are lacking internet totally here. So what we have here is what we have in our poor heads.
What's amazing about our heads, Stefan, though, is that we can make up stuff that sounds quite believable sometimes.
People out there
up on us.
Yeah,
but if we say anything with enough conviction, maybe they wouldn't even check.
Yeah.
So the two leading C1s out the boats. It's a little bit easier getting out the C1s. You're already halfway up. You're kneeling up. You haven't got to stand up. But the Barros is going to get a little bit hassled by the two trailing female K1s
and it's
in front
Shikali.
of him. It is Sikali. She's still going around. Well, that's impressive in some ways and maybe
Yes.
questionable in others. They're all out fairly cleanly, just as the other two are getting in at the other end. So there's Kova stepping in neatly, followed by Mosquera. Whether they'll decide to make a break at this stage, or Kova will try and make a break, I wouldn't think so. There's still a long way to go. Yeah, so Carly's still running through the portages. It's strange to see. Even while they're there.
We have seen her doing some very good races, but usually when she have a bad day, she used to pull out and save strength for K2. We'll see what happens. Maybe she just wants a couple of kilometers into her body before the K2 tomorrow.
It's a graphic of all the C1s up to
in Mosquera and Barrows then.
as everyone makes their way up the course.
Mosquera was fourth in the World Championships last year, when Martin Kobe second, Nuno Barros third, and Mosquera fourth.
So we'll have to enjoy the view for a little bit, and if we look straight ahead of us, there's a bare patch on the top of the mountain that's otherwise covered with trees, and it's a launch site for the paragliders, and there's 5 up there now just milling around in the thermals. And can you imagine the view from up there when it's this good down here?
Must be amazing. And last year they were flying over the lake, and one of them tumbled down right into the water, just in front of us.
To a big cheer from the crowd, maybe.
Yeah.
But that just looks phenomenal. There's 5 of them up there, just clearly circling in what must be a thermal updraft, and they're just having fun, aren't they?
Yeah, and they are landing on the grass fields just behind the venue here. And it's really, really beautiful. The whole Buchin Valley is fantastic. It's like moving 40 years back in time, and views and
exactly right, yeah,
and fields and flowers and clothing and everything. Really, really nice.
Yeah, that's a great description. The Sound of Music one that gives you a fairly accurate picture of what we're looking at. Looking at tree-covered mountains. In fact, I learned an interesting fact yesterday. Just west of here, there's an area that's been deforestation, and it's now just stone. And the trees were taken from there to make the foundations for Venice.
Okay.
And I think Cusk or something they called the area. I might be wrong on that, but somebody can check on the internet. But I mean well when I make my mistakes. But yeah, the trees are taken from there, and that forms the foundation of the floating city of Venice. And there's quite a lot of interest around here. On the hills, mountains behind us, there's an old World War I hospital. A lot of the casualties were brought through Slovenia, treated in the mountains, on their way back to a bit of safety and security behind the lines. And there's an awful lot of history in a place like this.
It is. An awful lot of great views. It's a great area for hiking as well, and mountain climbing.
The second group of girls in shot there, still just making their way around the course. Faldum, Lampf, and they're going to have to settle for, at the moment, 5th, 6th and 7th will come from that group. And there's the graphic showing you just how far that gap's opening up. They're into the 3 minutes now behind that lead group. It was only two and a half, I think, last time we had a graphic. So that gap's just opening up and opening up. Thanks primarily to Alberti, who just keeps pressing on. She's been pressing on since the start. She knows now that she's going to get a medal. Well, we say she knows now. She knows she's going to get a medal. What happened to the Polish K2 earlier today? They were also secure in their medal, but a foolish, careless mistake. All of a sudden, it's game over for them. So they're in the far distance. You can just about make them out from the commentary box. View of the crowds there. Nice setting for the crowds. Nice little bar run by the local canoe club, and coffee shop also run by the local canoe club. All funds are going to them. Few of the big manufacturers are here. Nello are here with their tent, as always, repairing boats for athletes providing the service that they're famous for.
Sastra is here, and a lot of other boat builders as well. Trying to look into the track records of the athletes. I see that Berenike Fuldum had her first gold medal in the World Championships already 2004, together with Linda Benedek from Hungary in the World Championships in Bergen 2004, 11 years ago. Quite impressive.
I say there's a long career to be had in this if you choose to have it.
And in 2007 in the World Championships, one of these famous Danish K2s that have been present on the marathon courses throughout the years.
C1's there, making their journey round, starting to plan. Each one of those will be starting to plan what they think they might or might not be able to do to each other. Come the closing stages, they'll be weighing each other up. What speed can they go? How well they portage? Where the other's weakness is, and trying to avoid their strengths. So Kova and Mosquera, first and second, almost certainly in the men's C1. Good day for them, and the women are just coming into sight for us. They've got about 2 minutes to go to the turn, and then another minute to the portage from there. And maybe we'll see Renata pull the same move again. I mean, they're going to be in the same positions, aren't they, this time?
Yes.
Alberti will be leading. Renata's got the buffer of Alberti between her and Lizzie Broughton, and if she moves wide, Lizzie has to cover that. She has to first overtake Alberti and then move across to Zai, and that can be done every lap really,
Yes.
from now.
Yes, and Renata is managing her position exactly the same way as the previous lap. She knows she's strong enough to be on the inside. She don't fear to be squeezed around the turn, which is not. It's more in youngsters race and an unexperienced paddler racing where people are squeezed. It's no idea to cause crashes. The worst things that can happen during a marathon race is close contact and a crash. It just destroys for everyone.
And it's such a gamble as well.
It is.
If you crash into someone on purpose, it's only 50-50 as to whether you come off worse or they come off worse. And let's see what Renata does here.
Exactly
the same. But Lizzie's seen it coming this time.
Yes.
So she's moved up much sooner. She's learnt from last time. Alberti just caught for speed, but Lizzie still has to get across. And you see Renata. She has to come back in at some stage.
Previous lap.
But Lizzie's fairly confident there. She hasn't moved across to her. She's matching her side by side. And
She was a little bit scared last time.
Last time there was more panic. This time she's just decided to match her stroke for stroke. Both girls will be aware that that's happening. Only the individual themselves knows exactly how hard they're trying there.
Yeah. It seems like Renata is
Renata looks a little more relaxed.
Yeah, putting in just enough effort to create the position she wants.
Just to make Lizzie do some work. Yeah.
And now, that was a poor portage
Bit
from
of water
Alberti.
maybe in the front. Melvin, of course, won the Masters racing probably 100 times by now.
Yeah, and Renata don't take any drinks. I think she has
maybe a drink in the boat.
Yeah. Second lap, she doesn't take any drinks at all. I've seen her doing that many times before as well. She usually says that she don't think these marathon races are fairly long. It's just another go.
This is a more serious effort.
Yes,
this time.
absolutely. she's very well aware that Alberti lost some ground in the entrance of the portage.
Exactly the same will happen though. She'll take a look after another 10 seconds maybe,
Yeah.
see if the damage is enough, and then she'll either put her paddles down and let Lizzie take it, or she'll press on. There's the look. She'll have a look. She fancies her chances of making.
It's so nice to see how skillful
So she thinks it through.
yeah.
It's beautiful to watch.
Yes.
So she's going to make this break permanent.
Yeah,
Second quick look, make sure it's working, and she's confident that it is. She's going to take it all the way.
She really increased the speed a little bit after that look. And the third one.
Now the looks are to make sure the gap is big enough so that she can allow Lizzie to take the lead.
Exactly.
So
she was watching Lizzie. Where is Lizzie? Yeah, exactly so.
Making
and
sure.
now Lizzie's aware of it, and now she's heading. This is great marathon paddling.
So Lizzie knows her job here. She has to work harder than she wants to increase that gap. Then Renata will do maybe one more really tough lead, and that elastic to the third person is broken.
Renata is watching once again and see if the gap is increasing, and she will stay there until it's a risk that it is closing again, and then she will do another big effort and try to tire the others out. I think she's moving behind there. You can see it clearly on the screen. She has not given up. Left-hand side of the flying two in front.
She's moved out. She's rolling down those waves. That plan only.
Go, says Renata. Go for it now.
And Lizzie accepts that it's her turn.
Yes.
This is a joint effort to get rid of somebody else here.
And it's a little bit more distance than the impression now on the screen.
Alberti's come in, tucked in behind them. Instead of being out wide, maybe she's even coming to the right now. But those two girls, you think,
tells that she's a little bit scared and she's tiring out a bit.
Absolutely fantastic. I mean, that's a whole scenario played out as exactly how it should be.
Yes. Like a school book in marathon paddling.
And when did that start? That came from the turn before the portage, when Renata Zay moved out, made Lizzie do her work, knew that Alberti would be the one who suffered, and absolutely thought through, well thought through. Back to the second group.
The gap is
got news coming through from why it should be, but apparently there is a timeout for somebody. If we get any news of that, any concrete news, of course we'll tell you, and maybe Stefan can inform us. He was listening better to the information coming in. I was getting it kind of second hand. Was there a timeout?
Yes, a timeout coming up within half an hour or so for the internet. We have great problems with internet provision here. We don't have enough bandwidth to play with, and that's why our commentary is 30 seconds behind the what you're seeing on the screen. We have been trying to manage that over the days, but it seems impossible just because lack of bandwidth. There is not bandwidth enough in the Bohin Valley for running this. That's apparent.
I guess that's one of the drawbacks of a venue of this nature. I mean, as beautiful as it is in terms of the technical input, we're just a bit limited. So I misunderstood all the timeout messages that were coming in from outside. I took it to mean that somebody had a penalty standout, so I've just badly informed the public there. So there is no penalty standout for any of the athletes. It was a timeout in our broadband, and it will be conditions normal, nothing to fear. I was worried that one of the leading girls had got a timeout on the course.
Creating a more modern sport. We have been working with this internet thing for a month now, but still not enough bandwidth to play with running this event professionally. That's a shame.
It's really interesting from this side of the mic again that the TV crew running this are massively professional. They've got everything under control. They're on the case. Everything is working, and it's just that outlet that they have. They haven't got the internet stream to get everything out, and it's so well run here. It's really great to see from the inside. Honestly, guys, for you guys watching, who I know will be upset by the fact that everything isn't running as smoothly as it should, the effort that's gone into it is really quite eye-opening for somebody who's in it for the first time. So yeah, a lot of support would be welcome.
Yes.
And I'm sure with better German efficiency the internet will be fine. And then of course we've got Hungary World Championships in September, and the Hungarians, with it being one of their national sports, it will be well organised there as well. And maybe we'll use this one as a practice for our banter in the commentary box, and information you need to know, stuff you want mentioned, you just tell us what you want and it will be made right for the next event.
Absolutely so. It will take some time for the organizers to learn. When you organize such an event, it's one-time story. It's fire and forgot. So they are experienced when the event is over. So they learn during the event, and that's always with the organizers, and the internet is of course one such thing.
So on screen there we had a very dejected Barros, and now we're up to the women's leaders, and there's the gap. It's not unassailable, that gap. It's still only maybe 15 seconds, 20 seconds, and which now leaves the two front runners with a problem. Do they keep doing, or do they let her catch up? They know they can out sprint her at the end anyway, so why not have her there anyway and just use her to get you around the rest of the course? Maybe that gap isn't big enough to make it permanent, and it's just another stress. You have to wonder whether she's coming. Maybe a change of plan again. But whatever plan Renata Zai has, it will be the right plan for her. We've seen her do everything right for her. Whatever decision she makes.
Event, I think it was in Krestuma, where she was heading from the start, and her lead was up to I think 3 minutes at one stage of the race. And she told me after the race that the fear she had during the race, not knowing exactly how far away the other was a great motivation, but also very, very stressful. She didn't really directly after the race like the race. She said it was just terrible, not knowing if they were catching on her or losing.
I guess that's one of the benefits of these short lap courses, because you can always see them when you go around the turns.
Absolutely,
you see them every 5 minutes probably. Yes. You can gauge how well you're doing.
And also, if you have a very good support crew, like in cross-country skiing, they are very used to that, and they have a support crew every kilometer or so telling all the back times.
But it's interesting they use the word. The lesser athletes look at Renata Zai and they don't see fear. That's not the picture they see.
No.
And when you're out there and you're racing people like this, you have fear of your race, but you have to understand that even at the top, those people are equally scared. They may be scared of different things, but the fear is there. That fear never goes away. And I remember lining up or walking to the start for one of the races, and I think it was Alan Laws, who's been around the British canoe team forever, and he said something to me like, "It's okay for you, you'll be alright." And I thought, man, I'm absolutely scared as anyone else. And you need that fear to perform as well. You can't perform if you're not scared. But it's very evident that when people look at the top end guys, they don't see the fear that those people feel.
Some athletes, the thing is to twist that fear into something positive, not feeling nervousness that much so that you can't pedal. twist that fear into something positive is the thing to do.
Yeah. And almost, you're talking about Renata being ahead of the field and not knowing where they were.
Yeah.
She almost creates that monster behind her.
Sure.
Because without the monster behind you, there's nothing to drive you on. So
Exactly.
the fear is almost self-induced so that she can have enough motivation to keep going when things get tough. So fear, you need to see fear as almost a positive, really, rather than... Is this the second group broken down? We've lost Faldam from this second group?
Yeah, Feylamp and Village.
So that sort of pace, you can't imagine them paddling away from Faldam, but maybe there was something we didn't pick up with the cameras, or actually we have no proof that she's not in front.
Two kilometers away from here, and we can hardly see who is who live. We are as stuck to the camera view as you are. There they are. No Faldam.
So no Faldam in front of them, so she's behind.
It's 4 minutes now.
Wow, that gap is opening up so quickly. We
Yeah.
commented last time that it had grown to 3 minutes,
Yes.
and now up to 4. And that part of that would be that Shire and Broughton had to do that big effort to drop.
Yes.
So
but it seems like they gain a minute a lap.
yeah,
Something like that.
which is a lot.
A lot.
On athletes of this class anyway.
A lap is about 4 kilometers, and a minute a lap will make 15 seconds a kilometer, which is huge.
Yeah. So another overview of the lake there. Very quick scan round. They found someone. Someone who's lacking a bit of motivation by the look of it.
Yeah. Having a nice afternoon paddle on the Great Lake. Looking around.
I'm trying to see where he is. He must be he's just out to our left. About a minute to go. Well, that speed 2 minutes to go to the next turn. Here we are, back to the leaders. They're also in no rush anymore. They're having a bit of downtime. It's closing in towards the end of the race. I have to confess I've lost track of laps again, as I do in actually every single race, Stefan.
Me too. We are like seagulls. One too many. That's the way they count. We'll listen with Jim Rossiter, who is the most experienced commentator in the world, and he always keep track of these things.
And we just had a message from Brian Chapman. They're currently on lap 5.
Brian Chapman is the advisor to the television producer, so it's Brian who picks the right views from the cameras. It is 4 cameras along the course, some of them connected via fiber optics into the water to the camera positions out there. Something new. We used it back in '96 in Vaxholm, that technology, over 20 kilometers of fiber optics in the bottom, but since then this is the first time we do that. That is similar to cross-country skiing, where they have maybe tens of kilometers of fiber optics throughout the terrain to cover all these places where the camera stands.
Okay, so opposite us now, coming into that last. Not broken, has it? Between
no, it has not.
them and Alberti. She's maybe 10, 11 seconds behind still, as the last graphic had us. Lizzie and Renata still trading leads. It's Renata's turn now, and again she's pressing on. So they're pressing on now.
Alberti is
matching
doing
the two of them.
Alberti is doing a great race. It's very nice to see her back in top. It was a couple of years since, but now she's really there once again.
So we got the front 2 on screen. You can see how much effort's going in there. They're not hanging about. There's Alberti. It's very hard to tell distances head on there,
Yes.
but that's about, maybe it's less than 15 seconds, I'd
Yes,
say.
it is. It is.
And
Amazing.
so much plays with your mind then. You start to feel sorry for yourself because
Yeah.
you think, oh, they've just been resting and now they're going. And if you do manage to close 5 seconds and the lead changes and it opens up again that same 5 seconds, it's so soul destroying.
Quarrel who shall have.
Who's going to win rather than who's helping each other to get away, then that gap can close very, very quickly.
Yes.
So front two, both out the
Oh,
boats.
so nicely jumping out the boat.
Renata's
from Renata.
so smooth.
So controlled.
Lizzie a little bit more haphazard on that one.
You can see how Renata balance her boat so nicely. It is always some water in the boat and it's in the back now, but she's saving the rudder. She's doing an effort now, as it seems.
That's a serious run she's just done, isn't it?
Yes.
Photographer in the
Oh,
water.
wow.
You've got to be impressed by a photographer that's up to his neck in it, surely.
She has created
This
a
could
small
be,
gap for herself.
Yeah, this
Now
could
we'll
be.
see. Wow! What's this?
Whoa. Okay. So Lizzie looking behind rather than in front, not encouraging.
Renata is flying. Once again, Renata Chain. Splendid isolation. She is really flying now. She has created the gap she wanted, exactly the position she wants. We have seen it doing this many times throughout the years. She had some problems last year creating this gap, and it was a close-in finish. But today, she is back again in the same old shape that we are used to see her throughout the years.
Look at that. Just
It's
from nothing.
amazing. From nothing. They were into the porches, together. And now it must be.
Have the strength
Yes.
to catch her. She looked back to see where
Yeah.
the rescue would come
Yeah.
from rather
Yeah.
than
But the rescue, that was
it's,
very well said.
It's I know that will pan out now. Those two will be an interesting race. I mean,
Yes.
they're both tired. They've
Yeah.
both done a lot of work.
Yes.
Lizzie did a lot of work on that last lap
Yes.
to try and make the break.
And I think they have totally given up every thought of catching Renata.
Renata
Once
now
again,
in that
it's
same
absolutely
position.
impressive. The queen of marathon paddling.
Yeah, what do you have to do
Yeah.
to match that? You know, you see at the European 5K that there are people who can match her with speed. You can see that they can leave her behind at the start. There's no last. Maybe one of the top 5K girls. You know, we've got a couple in the UK. We've got Louisa Sawyers. We've got Lani Belcher.
Yeah.
Maybe if one of those could stay with her through the journey itself, they could challenge her at the end. But they've got to stay with her for the journey, and you haven't seen anyone do that for a long time.
Exactly. I think it's two things with Renata. It's the technique. She's paddling so relaxed and using her hips. She's not a big girl. Using the hips and the back and the stomach a lot. Very, very good technique. And then she has, what do you say, in proper English, good oxygen motor engine.
Just a good engine. I mean, she's
good engine.
she's
Yes,
got-
I think she's similar to Susanne Gunnarsson there. Her engine was also excellent. She won the races because of a very good engine. She was a really good cross-country skier as well, and did a lot of endurance training, hugely, lots of kilometers of cross-country skiing, between 50 and 60 kilometers a day during winter time in cross-country skiing, which brought her to the top 10 cross-country skiers also. So to have a great engine will be necessary to beat Renate. Absolutely.
Yeah, if you're paddling behind that and she's paddling with that sort of rhythm, that sort of strength, the feeling of hopelessness must be just all consuming. You just think, what am I going to do with that? What can I do? Yeah, it's disappointing for a Great Britain point of view that Lizzie couldn't stay there this year. She did last year. She stayed there right to the end. Renata tried a couple of times but couldn't get rid of her. And to to fall back again this year. It's a little bit, but like I say, Lizzie did the Devizes to Westminster. It's 125 miles.
Yeah,
It's 18 hours, and it's at Easter. So that changes some things about you, and it certainly changes the training you're doing around that area. So maybe by September, she's come up this far.
Yeah.
Maybe by September she can match her again. And I'm going to pin my hopes on that, because Lizzie has done so well. And she's not inside the system that gets any assistance. She's not training with the good girls. She trains by. She's certainly not someone who gives up. You'll see them in the K2 tomorrow. Let's hope they have better fortune in that. But
and she loves canoeing.
And she enjoys it.
Yes.
And enjoyment is key. You can't sustain a sports career if you're not enjoying it.
She told me once that the benefit of marathon was that you ought to be on the water much longer than the sprinters,
Right,
and she loved that.
Just loves being out there.
Yeah.
Sam Plummer giving Faye Lamp her drink. Sam had a great day yesterday in the under-23s. Both our boys did. I was really proud of them yesterday. And now he's helping out the rest of his teammates, giving them drinks. And there's a man. Well, look, what not many people know about that photographer is his top half is man, but the bottom half is actually seal. And he lives in the water around the edges of this lake. He is one of the local urban area myths.
The gold monster of this valley?
No, but he does go to the same parties as the gold monster. Yeah. Half man, half fish.
Yeah.
And it's very unusual. But that's how life is in places like this.
Because precisely like the Norwegian fjords, this is very similar to Norwegian fjords. They have a gold monster here, as the Norwegians have their trolls. The monsters of the
monsters
woods
of
there.
myth.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So that's second group now. Somewhere in between that is a Hungarian who's making her way, her journey all by herself. So now we've got Renata Zay out on her own. Really job done. It's just a matter of time now before she finishes. Behind her we've got Alberti and Broughton. Behind them got the Hungarian all by herself, as she has been for so much of this race. But it's just class, isn't it? You watch that and it's just class. Paddling nicely, strong, good form, same form she had from the start, and she'll finish with that same form. There's no breakdown there at all. Boat, notice how as she pulls, the boat lifts in the water. It lifts each time she pulls. She's got good downforce on the paddles, driving with her legs, pushing through the hips. Great and there we are, treated to a close-up view. Yeah, it's checking behind every now and then, but really she knows it's over. She's just interested to see how well she's doing, really. So Stefan's just gone to check, get confirmation of how many laps are left. I'm sure you guys know that out there, but it's very hard to keep track of when you're doing the two races and sat here with only a limited view of what's going on. Back to the leaders in the C1 race, Martin Kova and David Mosquera. Hungary, Spain, always Hungary and Spain, Hungary and Spain, Hungary and Spain. Portugal sometimes nip in with a result in the C1, but the consistent teams are Hungary and Spain. A little stop for your drink system and a match. Now you see that a lot. Hungarian guy stopped for his drink, not because he necessarily wanted a drink, but because he wanted the Spanish guy to take over, at which point Spanish guy doesn't want to, so he also reaches for his drink. Then they come to an understanding, and it is in fact the Spanish guy who takes on the lead. So Stefan hopefully has come back with the information on how many laps left.
Of course, this is their sixth portage, so we have 2 more full laps to go.
Coming into the portage now, Sakali still trawling around the course. Joined by a couple of C1s who've caught them up. They're not the first C1s to overtake and catch them, obviously.
Stefania Cicali, that had a bronze medal, a silver medal actually in Rome in K1. No, bronze medal in Rome in K1 and a silver medal in K2 in Rome, in the World Championships in Rome 2012. She was third last year. And of course she have had before Rome several good results as an under 23 and junior as well.
As have the Italians over the years. We had Intrioni way back in the past.
Yes.
And they've consistently produced top end marathon paddlers, which they haven't ever really managed to do in the men's.
Yes, it's not Cicali, it's...
Okay, so here we go. We're going to have to fess up to another hideous error on the commentary. Referring to Sakali all along. This is a very similar boat, very similar colours. That's our excuse at least, but it's actually the Czech paddler.
Lenka Krochova.
So apologies for that. We're on a learning
I think we
curve.
were right until this lap and the previous lap. Lenka Krochova, boat number 459, is the one that is down there now, that we refer to as Cicali. Maybe Cicali pulled out just after we thought so, and then after that third, fourth lap or something like that, Lenka Krochova, a very similar dress and a very similar boat. Lenka Krochova from Czech Republic, that has also done a lot of good racing over the years. She finished 9 last year at the Europeans, and many other good results over the years.
So the Croatian C1 with his drink bottle fixed in his boat there. Bottle over his, or a bag over his neck on each lap. That way you know you've got it with you at all times. There's no room for error on that. So it's a safer way of doing it, but you're carrying around a couple of kilos of liquid in the early days. So that's the downside. That was actually the way I chose to race. I always had a fixed bottle in my boat. I knew exactly how much liquid was in it, and very rarely did I take on anything at the portages, and that suited me. I knew I was comfortable with that system, and that's the most important thing, that you're comfortable with whatever system you're using.
We did the same to run quickly. That was impossible, so we developed the system, actually a Swedish development of the system of small plastic drinking bags that we got from the hospitals actually, and invented as the drinking system that almost everyone uses nowadays. The disadvantage back then was that the races were on very, very long distances, so the support crew needed to travel a lot, or we needed many guys standing on different stages across the 42-kilometer long course, or as in Brisbane, 48 kilometers.
Again on screen there you saw the leading athlete stop for her drink, really to get Faye Lamp to overtake her and take the lead. Faye didn't want to do it. She took her drink as well, and then in despair they carried on as they were before, with the Spanish athlete leading Faye. Now they both hate each other. Or at least the Spanish
For a
girl
moment.
hates Faye for at least the next half a minute. She's angry with her, but they know they need to finish the race, so they'll work that out. A couple of back markers in the C1 race coming into the portage now. Italian on the right, and the Czech guy who was also in the under-23s yesterday. That's for Jan de Louis is the Czech guy, and for Italy we are looking at Mirko Dar.
Mirko Dar, that I haven't seen before on these courses. Could be a memory gap, of course, but I think he's quite new into international marathon racing.
Just behind them, the Croatian Bruno Kumpez, maybe about 30 seconds behind. He's got a view of their backs, but just in front of us now, coming round the turn into the portage.
Renate Che.
It's just moving so well. It's now got about 30-40 seconds, maybe even more than that.
Yeah,
Actually,
maybe a minute.
Yeah. She knows her job's done. She's just got to find a tempo and a pace that works for her. She won't be working at her limit anymore. She'll be comfortable and confident. I mean, there's so much confidence, isn't there? You've just paddled away from your two main competitors.
Still have 2 full laps to go, coming into her 6th portage. So another full lap. 1.5 then.
Yeah, one more full lap and then the short lap.
Yeah.
It's amazing how easy it feels when you're ahead like that.
Yes.
When you know the other people are beaten.
Yeah.
Control.
The gap backwards, so she can safely continue this road.
She's aware she's going to race doubles tomorrow.
Yeah.
She's not going to go into any sort of energy debt here, is she? She's going to just let this race pan out now.
Very nice and smooth.
As she has been on every single portage. Each one looks exactly the same.
Yes,
Right? It's
yes.
the same routine every time she approaches. Up, out of the boat. Just behind her, Lizzie and Alberti side by side. Lizzie coming right on the portage. Is it worth trying to make a break at this stage, or just leave it to the last portage for either of these two?
They should, I think, helping each other.
Yeah. Yeah, Lizzie's coming in with some intent there. It looks like she still is trying to
Got any help
out to portage.
doing the hard work
Yeah.
in front, so
Well, we've seen Alberti, she's got out last on every portage.
yes.
But she runs well and she gets in within contact of the other girls each time. So, a little bit of feeding maybe. Comes Melvin straight over the head. Never a mistake from Melvin. Totally reliable, and that means so much to you as an athlete that there's someone reliable there for you. There's going to be no gap created there.
No. It will be interesting to hear in the interview later on how their thinking have been throughout the race.
Yeah, I mean, they've both had changes of mind, haven't they?
Yes.
And had to readjust their plan to
Yes.
suit the situation they're in. There's 50 second gap. It looks bigger than that on the water, doesn't it?
Yes.
They look so far behind now.
But 49 seconds is 200 meters, so
Yeah, it's a long way. Those two are off. They're going to work presumably together. for one more lap, and then it's everything to play for on the last portage. They're so equally matched on those portages, aren't they?
Yes.
That it'll be really interesting to see how this race pans out at the end. I know, they're both going to go home happy with a medal.
Absolutely so.
They each know where they are in their program for the year. For me, I'm a little bit disappointed for Lizzie, but she may know that where her training's going. I don't know what training she's doing at the moment.
I think she is quite pleased. She knows that it's really hard to beat Renate. It could be done, and
someone will beat her.
If she
But
doesn't
you
stop
have-
after this.
Yeah, but you have to go home. What do? You make a plan. You have to work out what Renata's weaknesses are,
Yeah.
and they're not many of them, are there?
No.
So you've got to build up your strengths almost to match hers, and then get one little extra bit. Maybe the one extra bit you can get is a turn of speed.
And Mishko is still keeping on. Quite impressive race also of her. She fell off already in the first portage, and she kept on going, this young Hungarian.
And still moving well. Yeah, you can't see her on screen. Here she is now on screen. Still paddling nicely, nice rhythm.
Noemi Mishko. It's always a new paddler from Hungary coming up. It's impressive. The numbers they have to pick from.
Coming supporters, nice and steady. Really, just to let go of your paddles out. I always like to have my paddles in my hand. Never put them away. Coming in individually, it's not a problem. But if there's a crowd, somebody can easily kick that paddle away from you.
But it seems like the Hungarians never practice portages much.
It is an area of weakness for a lot of them.
It is.
Absolutely.
It is.
Yeah, always. You need your paddle and you need your boat. And to lose contact with either is always a mistake.
Yes.
If you get out of your boat and don't leave your hand touching it, it can be pushed away by someone else, or you can push it away yourself with your feet as you get out.
Never ever lose the grip of the paddle.
Yeah.
Not even if you fall in.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's also part of the mental training, doing that, especially if you do river races. And
Again, she's put her paddle down,
Yes,
getting in.
yes.
If you're in a crowd, that can be kicked
Yes,
into the water.
yes.
No trouble at all. And just have one hand on your paddle at all times. But she's safe. She's on her own. She's just got one big lap to do. You can be sure she's counting them down. She's been counting them down for a long time now.
Absolutely.
There she is, 4 minutes behind now, and there's another gap of a couple of minutes between her and the next two. So those gaps are just opening up all the time. So the next bit of excitement we'll have here will be the C1s. They'll be coming in for their penultimate portage. They're doing exactly the same number of laps as the K1 women. So next into the portage, Spain and Great Britain. Another race within a race for these two. That's 452 Balachi with Faye Lampf. Faye's neatly out of her boat. See, as Villaci gets out there, she ends up actually facing the wrong way momentarily. She kind of rolls out the boat and faces back the way she came. Always be heading forwards in the direction you want to be travelling. But these are things that you can learn as you go along. Sam Plummer there. That's quite odd. Faye now has 2 bags around her neck. She already hadn't finished the one that she's given last time, and now she's got a second one. Maybe she has different drinks in each one. She'll know her plan. And hopefully she will have worked through that a few times. And here we get a head-on shot of the men's C1 as they come in, as it has been for so long. Martin Kova, David Mosquera. Having a quick tidy up before he comes into the portage. You see how they've arranged themselves with Kova they're both paddling on the inside, so steering that might be deliberate. Maybe we can get a message from one of the people who knows C1. Is it easier to wash hang with your paddle the same side as the paddle you're wash hanging? Please send me a Facebook message. Maybe Richard Crooks could do that for me. He was my previous informant for the junior women's C1. Gave me some good information there. Is it easier to wash hang on the paddle side of a boat when you're paddling C1? Neatly up and away. On this portage, it's not too crucial. It's the next one where everything will come to a head. Water over his head and sun down his front. Is there some comedy in that, isn't there? The way they're being the Hungarian support crew throwing water at their athletes. It's almost a little bit like the old, I don't know if you had it all throughout Europe, I think you did the It's a Knockout competition where people are throwing water over each other while they're trying to rescue a princess with a big pointy hat on. And there's an element of the It's a Knockout competition in these Hungarian support crew staff. So yeah, they regroup after the portage and off they go. Let's be a long last lap for these two. At that last portage.
This might be one of the largest gaps, winning gaps for Renata ever. 2011 she had 1 minute 41 seconds to Anna Alberti, who finished second in Singapore. 2012 it was 52 seconds to Stefania Shikali, who were second. And in Copenhagen 2013 it was 25 seconds. It was 1 minute 8 seconds to Anna Kova from Czech Republic. Last year it was just 2 seconds actually to Lizzie Broughton and 25 seconds in the Europeans. So she seems to be back on track. A little bit more than a minute it will be.
And how many people do you know have that much luxury of finishing that many times? You know,
it's fantastic.
It's
and even earlier than that, the gaps have been about a minute many times.
But when you've had that gap so many times, and the athletes you're racing know you have that gap that many times, when that gap initially appears, you just have that deja vu feeling. You've seen it before. The gap opens up because you expect it to open up, and it I don't know. She has that power over them, doesn't she? It's almost like she.
It's impressive that she. So far. Ahead of everyone else.
Yeah. There's the gap there, 53 seconds to Alberti and Broughton.
Yeah.
And that will get slightly bigger. What can you remember what it was at the portage? It was about that, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just under the minute.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a big finish.
Yes.
Big finish gap.
I mean, when Susanne Gunnarsson and Anna Hemmings raced, they were competing each other, and that was the motivating.
They were fantastic races, and they were close races.
Yes, and it was the motivating factors for them to go on during the winter.
And what was really interesting with them was when Anna first came, Susanna was clearly better than her, and that gap gradually closed over the years to a state where at the end you really didn't know who was going to win, and each year that duel got a little bit more interesting.
Absolutely. And in '96, when Suzanne came home from the Olympics in Atlanta, and the world champs in marathon was just 3 weeks after, she had a gold medal on 500 meters there. Coming home, all the celebration, and then the worlds. And
it's hard to regroup.
Yes,
I imagine, for
but
that.
won on her home turf with a couple of seconds just.
Yeah, and that was one of the memorable races.
It
back
was
in Vaxholm.
Yeah.
Then again, a beautiful venue on the archipelago there, and it's another great.
And it's on YouTube for anyone to watch. One of the first races on YouTube.
Yeah, we had that one, and then the South African
Yes.
98 is also out there on YouTube
Yes.
as well. There's some good footage from that.
Yes.
But hopefully, over the next couple of years, we'll have good footage from all the races, and the footage will increase in quality as well as quantity, and we'll manage to tailor it to what you, the audience, need or want. And
Absolutely. And the organizers got used to the technology we are using.
the technology here is quite impressive. You've got the technology that puts the on-screen times, the intermediate times, on each of the turn pontoons.
Technology, just because we are on water. For cross-country skiing and running, they use the similar technique with ships, but the antennas can be under the snow or just on the ground for running. Here we have water. It's impossible to put antennas into the water, and it's also more or less impossible to build portals out there to have antennas in the air. Why we need antennas facing the athletes from the side. And then the radio frequencies is disturbed by the water, so we have actually adopted the same technology as to measure high-speed trains to make this working, by a company called Learning Well that have developed this system.
It's great to have that sort of input into it. So essentially the technology is the same as the marathon runners when they run over the map with their chip. Okay.
Same technology, but many people keep on telling me that they have a system that works, but yes, but they have, but for skiing and cycling and everything that is not on water.
Yeah.
The thing here is it's on water. And this is the first time it works really, really well.
In shot there, Levanti Bala had such a great day yesterday. Maybe today was a step too far for him, moving up to the senior ranks after quite a hard race yesterday. And hard not only physically, but the mental preparation to do that twice. And of course, it was very hot out here yesterday, and the heat, the sun.
About 30 or a little bit less out there in the water, and hardly no wind.
We've got a very fortunate position here, actually, haven't we, Stefan? We're slightly shaded by the trees and a nice.
Yeah.
But we're still dressed for summer. We're
of course.
Sitting in our shorts and t-shirts and loving life right now. In the distance, we can see ahead of us. You can't see it on screen, but Renata Zay's just coming up to final turn before the final portage. The gap is roughly a minute still, maybe, yeah, it's going to be a little bit more than a minute, I think, now. And as we watch the C1s on screen, they're still further up the course, just hitting the first of the 3 turns. Renata Zay comes around the third of those 3 turns, and she's going to be headed straight towards the portage in about 20 seconds. Fairly simple. Here she is. It's really just a luxury little procession for her. She's just going wide there. Slight change of direction just to take her outside the waves from those 2 C1s in front of her. If she was really tired at this stage, those two C1s would really be eating away at her mind there. She'd be angry with that there's people in front of her, that there's waves to climb over that she doesn't need to climb over. But with the luxury cushion of a minute's lead, those things certainly pale into insignificance. Nothing bothers you when you're winning your bit of a camera pan there. But now back to the job, back to the task in hand. Renate a few sips of drink before she gets to the portage. Probably ditch that drink out the portage. Wouldn't bother to take on another. They say, but really relaxed now. She's not in a hurry there, is she?
No, she's not. This will be nice and safe for her. Stopping, fixing her equipment, letting the sea boats getting out of her way. Really, really easy. No mistakes here.
Wouldn't it be nice to have that luxury at this stage of a race this big?
It's very luxury. Luxurious.
As much as it's great watching her come through, sort of the queen of everything in the area.
Just jogging over the portage now. She had time to fix her equipment and fix herself, so she can look good over this.
They're fighting out for second and third. It's Lizzie Broughton's got the edge coming into the portage, but we've seen Alberti come out the portage well a number of times.
This will be intense. Watching Renate getting into her boat out again, and now we want to watch also on the stream the other girls coming in. There they are.
So Lizzie's cleverly pushed out. Now 3-second gap there.
And I think that move from her might have been decisive.
Could be.
Running fast.
She's going to run right to the end of the pontoon now. She needs Alberti to be behind her. Alberti hasn't got outside chance. She could have swapped sides with her boat maybe, but even that would have taken time. And she puts her boat inside Lizzie. Lizzie's got all the time in the world now.
Yes.
She had time to stop, wait, readjust herself and go there. She didn't see that herself, but she's off.
Yes, she's off, and
will she get caught there? I think she probably will. I think Alberti will catch her, but to overtake's another story completely. I think.
Yeah, I think Alberti will catch her. She looks very, very strong on the water, Alberti. She made some mistakes there into the portage and also out from it. You are not to put the bow or your boat on the inside of the fellow competitor. You're stuck there, and it will take some decisive seconds.
In that situation, there's Lizzie. Alberti's put her boat inside. Lizzie could sit there for a minute if she wanted to.
Yes.
And still there's nothing Alberti can do. She's just rendered herself powerless.
Yes. It was... I doubt this was a clever move from Alberti going up on the outside. She has a little bit longer way now, and could be a disadvantage. Turn where Renate is heading for right now. She haven't put much effort into her paddling the last lap.
She's getting slower and slower as she knows she's got that buffer. She's just paddling around.
Yeah, the time gap will be about 40 seconds or so.
She'll have a look across to see where the others are. She doubles back on them around this turn. There you go. She's just having a look at them now. She's looking at that gap. She's seeing a minute's gap. She's seeing less than a minute to the finish, and really nothing can go wrong for her now. Just paddling really very much under control, very easy.
Yes.
It would be really nice if we could see the turn for the next two. Thank you, Mr. Cameraman. And maybe the turn is an opportunity for one of these to make a bit of a move, but it's going to be hard for either of them to get rid of the other.
There it goes.
So Lizzie's gone on the inside. She hasn't broken a gap at all. Alberti's there. This is going to come down to the last 50 meters for these two. And if you judge it from their speed at the start, maybe Lizzie has the slightly higher top speed, but I don't think either of these girls will want to rely on their top speed. They just need to keep the speed high enough so that overtaking becomes impossible.
Lizzie's using her hips and the back a lot when she paddles.
Technically better than Alberti,
Yes.
I'd say there.
Yes.
Alberti looks a little bit untidy. Very much bent arms in the water, pulling with her arm rather than pushing down.
Yeah.
Second by second.
She's just
The gap's going to come
having-
down to maybe
yeah.
30 seconds in the end. I don't know.
For now, she just have a nice little
Yeah.
after lunch paddle there, with a smile on her face.
She did the damage she needed to do at that
Yes,
portage.
yes.
She created the gap of
Yeah.
around a minute, and now she's just using that minute, spending it wisely.
The marvelous queen of marathon paddling, once again, her 9th gold medal in European Championships, Renate Cei from Hungary. Another great victory, impressive victory from this really great queen, the queen of all times in marathon paddling, Renate Cei, Hungary.
Absolutely phenomenal. And the race for second place is really hotting up. It's Lizzie on the inside, and she seems to have broken the Italian there. That's it. You often see that. The opposing paddler will move up, make their challenge. The challenge fails, and that gap opens back up. Lizzie safely taking second place there. Alberti settles for third. She did so well. She's happy with her third place, as she should be. Lizzie maybe looking a little disappointed, but should be pleased with that. Really, it's second place at the European Championships. It's a couple of months now to the World Championships, and there's work to be done. She's seen that today, but she's not work shy, and I'm sure that work will be done. And I really hope to see her finish alongside Renate Cei, maybe even in front of her. Let's push for that, shall we? At the next race, World Championships. But you have to say, Renate Cei, absolutely the queen of all she surveys here in these races. There's no one close today. Those girls coming in, just to be checked over at this stage. Some will be pulled in for interview. Tested, random drug testing. Usually they test one of the first three. And on screen we go back to the C1 now. They're coming into their last portage. Obviously crucial again. I hope we keep stating the obvious on that, don't we? But apologies for that. But it can't be underestimated how crucial this last portage is. You saw Lizzie, that's where she broke Alberti on the last one. And in come the two C1s. Kova seems to have had the best of it. Keep the steering going, to keep his boat away from Kova's boat there. Kova, in theory, should take him to the left side of the portage. That will give him an extra second or two to get out. And that's exactly what he is doing. They've both come to the right hand side. It's very difficult. No, they both got opposite sides. What? Bit of commentary there. Opposite sides. It's Kova out first. Mosquera second. Only a couple of seconds in it, but you only need to come out of this portage half a length up, and that gap seems to have opened on the run. It looks like Kova all the way for me. Down onto the pontoon, doesn't want to slip. Take it steady, foot in, back knee in, and off he goes. Clean as you like. Mosquera just getting in. Routine for these guys. And at some stage now, we will get a shot of what happened exactly after that portage. In the meantime, we're looking at some of the tail enders there. Stefan's gone off, hopefully to interview the winners. Hopefully to get hold of Renata. Pretty much a routine win for her today. I imagine there's not a lot of excitement about that win for her. A bit of relief, I would think would be her biggest emotion after that. She's got to prepare now for the K2 tomorrow. That's one of the benefits of these shorter races. Doubling up becomes a very practical option, especially if you've got spare capacity. There goes Kova. He's made that break. He's paddling very strongly there, isn't he? Absolutely. Journey to the finish. And while they go up there, Barros, probably a disappointing third for him. Third place itself may not be disappointing, but the distance behind the leaders, I'm sure that will be a disappointment to him. He's just coming into the portage now. His last portage, stepping out of his boat in absolutely no rush to pick it up. He's emptying it out, draining the water out the back and sauntering up the ramp. Meanwhile, Kova got the bit between his teeth. One turn to go. And the fun for him now, the fun of the last run in.
I'm standing here with the silver medalist, I suppose quite happy silver medalist, Lizzie Broughton.
Yeah, really tough race out there today, so I was pretty pleased to hang on for silver in the end. Pace was really high in the middle laps, so I suffered a bit, but yeah, no, happy with silver.
You should be. How was your thinking when Renata made her effort?
It was very fast. I knew I just kind of had to hang on for as long as I could. I mean, I made around a lap and then had a bit of a bad portage here where I slipped and fell in and she got away. So I kind of had to make the decision that I knew the Italian was just right behind me. So I just held on for a couple of seconds, waited for her so I could recover over the next couple of laps, ready for the last lap, really.
And you just waited for the last lap. Did you cooperate, you and Anna Alberti?
Yeah, I mean, she seemed pretty keen to do most of the work, which I was happy with. But yeah, we were, it was pretty good. Yeah, good to work together.
Congratulations, very well done.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
So I'm back on. I think we just had a break there while Stefan did a live interview with Lizzie Broughton. Hopefully that went well. And just in time to see Martin Kova come down the finishing straight, just picking off the tail enders in the K1.
Back to the World Championships in Hungary, and we will make
and coming to a finish line like that,
after
the finish line just comes towards you on every stroke. So next to cross the line in the women's K1 will be Faye Lampf. Had a good race out there today. She'll be racing in the K2 tomorrow and hopefully a better result for her. So it's going to be Faye Lampf across the line now. And then following her will be Marton Kova just before Nuria Villaci. So there's Kova overtaking Villaci there just before the line. They're going to come in pretty much side by side by the looks of it. Another win for that. Finishing in, I think, again I'm going to bore you with just how beautiful this place is. It's a fantastic place. Stefan's just coming back into the commentary box now, having done a couple of live interviews. Lizzie Broughton and Marton Kova. They weren't interviews I got to hear from the commentary box, so were the guys pleased with their races, Stefan?
Absolutely, and Martin Kova said that the greatest challenge today was the weather. He really don't like the heat. And I asked him, it was very hot in Singapore and in Oklahoma last year, and he was well off also there. And he replied he loved the Copenhagen event when it was raining and cold and all, but then it was just nothing more to do. And we could see
if
that.
you get to the end of a race like that and you've given it your best shot, and you know you've given it your best shot, then there is no room for disappointment, is there? And you can come out of it feeling good about yourself. You go into your next period of training feeling boosted and confident. Often if you underperform in your own mind, it's quite hard to pick yourself up and get back to training.
Renata didn't want an interview as usual, But as usual, she promised me to be back at the Worlds this year, but also next year. So
Oh, no way.
We'll see her around.
No, and do you think the other girls are pleased to hear that, or?
I think they should, because they are behind. But anyway, she's
Each year she races, it gives them an opportunity to beat her.
yes, and she means something to this sport. She is a real profile of the sport, and well known all over the world. And we need that kind of athletes as well.
Especially coming into a World Championships in Hungary. There you have an educated spectator base.
Yes.
They know what they're watching. The spectators there will be measured not in tens as they are in so many events, not even in hundreds, but you will have thousands.
Yes.
In Hungary.
Yeah.
They know what they're watching. She will be the poster girl for that event.
Exactly.
And it's great for the profile of the sport.
Last time we were there, it was 30,000 spectators. It's unbeatable. And canoeing is the second sport of football in Hungary, and they told me also their selection races will be televised in Hungary.
So where else in the world would that happen?
Not in canoeing, maybe in South Africa. They also have good television coverage, but it's like cross-country skiing in Norway or Sweden, or bicycling in UK or something like that, where these events are televised.
The last good race I did was in Hungary in 1999, and I was fortunate enough to come into the finish line with the Hungarian István Salga. So obviously the fans are rooting for Salga, and my memory of that is that we're racing side by side for maybe 200 meters, and the noise was so great that you couldn't hear the splash of your paddles in the water, and it was like moving along in space, in silence almost, despite the massive volume coming in at you from the spectators. And it's fantastic. It lifts you, it lifts the event, and to have the race back there and sort of almost the spiritual home of canoeing is really a positive thing for the sport.
It is. And to me, this kind of event is very, very similar to what we experience in biathlon and cross-country skiing. And up there in the Nordic countries and also in Germany, these events gather 50,000 spectators, and it's really great.
Right.
I visited the World Championships in cross-country skiing this year just to learn how to do this and all the technologies. It appeared that they put in 5 million euros just on the timing systems and camera systems, so we try to keep up with that without money, just the heart in it and the skill we can develop among volunteers, and hopefully we will be there sometimes also.
The public, which I was up to this point, don't appreciate the amount of money it costs to cover these events this well. I mean, I don't think you were talking to me at the time, but you were talking to someone else, and I was listening in, and the cost of putting on the TV and the sound and the split times on screen is measured in not tens of thousands but hundreds of thousands.
Yes.
And hundreds of thousands of pounds in an amateur sport. Again, I think he'll be pleased to get this one over and done with. .508. Different Croatian. At least I got the nation right. That's Bruno Kumpez. He's come across the line. Looks very young. Imagine that's early days for him also. I think he also will be around for a few more years to come. And 462, Belgian athlete Steen Verlinden looks reasonably cheerful with her performance today.
Probably doing one of her first international marathons.
I certainly haven't seen her around before.
No.
5:10 across the line now. Mirko Dar, Italy. Who is another of the C1s. And we start to build now, really, before the men's K1.
I think so, because at 14:45 we will have a great race. The K1 men, they will be alone on the course, and they are 28 athletes, and many of them with a great track record. So we may take a pause now for 45 minutes or so, and letting all our viewers have a cup of coffee or a lunch break or something like that.
Maybe we'll have a lunch break also.
Yeah.
Under 23 race, but was sick in the morning and opted not to race there. And it seems in order to get a bit of race experience, they've entered him in the senior men. So that'll be something to look out for as well.
He's the world champ, or junior world champ last year. So he's a first year senior, and
wow.
It will be really interesting to watch him compete. The very, very, very experienced guys on the start line there. On the far other side of the line there will be Emilio Merchan.
It's almost like opposites on either end. I mean, you've got somebody with more experience than you can remember, versus somebody who's their first senior race.
Merchan must be 36 or more.
Yeah, I mean, but he's in great shape. I've seen him training out here. I've seen him walking around.
Yeah.
You very rarely see him walking around with a shirt on, to be fair.
Rarely.
So, I mean, he's quite pleased with himself, and he's in great shape. I mean,
I've spoken to him the other day, and he expects to win.
I think. Interestingly, he's been a world champion. He's been Olympic. And
Ivan Alonso and him have competed each other over the recent years, and also there have been José Ramalho from Portugal, who has concentrated a little bit more on the 1,000 meters, did a good Olympics and the good World Championships on that, but is now once again doing marathon.
Ramalho's won he's won this race, the European Championships, twice already. Both those times, really, he won that on his running. He runs really well. And he ran so fast, and I think that was a real eye-opener for a lot of people. And that was where he actually beat Busto, and that was one of Busto's first defeats, and very few defeats that Busto sustained, and that was really Ramalho deciding that was the way to beat him. If he could run away from him, it was easier than paddling away from him, and maybe we'll see some of that today.
Absolutely. So be back with us at 14:40 to watch the K1 men. Thank you for watching.